Yes, thank you. That was just so tiny.
It's still so tiny. I can try to make it bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, might as well. Thank you.
We need our magnifying glass.
I just have to do this. Lean back.
Oh, can I borrow yours?
No, then I can't see.
That's okay.
Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Time to start the RDA meeting for September 21st. We'll start it out with the approval of the July 20th, 2021 RDA meeting minutes. Does anyone have any changes or additions? If not, I'll take a motion.
I'll move approval of the July 20th, 2021 RDA meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimous. All right, we'll move on to citizen comments. Public comments can be made in person during the meeting or may be submitted by sending an email including your name and address. All comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. Email comments will be read into the meeting record. So with that, we'll open it up for citizen comments. If you have a comment, please get a form from Jennifer, fill it out, come up to the microphone and speak, please.
It was on, and the staff in all that they gathered for the open house and then all of the feedback. I've tried to soak in a lot at the open house and through the feedback, and so I did not make any comment yet, so I just wanted to be able to talk to you guys face to face. So here we are. In the very first screen of the what you can find online, it talks about the RDA and that it's to facilitate quality redevelopment in specifically defined project areas. And we're focusing on an area that's right smack dab downtown, 48th and State in this discussion today. There are two goals that I want to talk about that are listed for the RDA. One being to reverse the negative effects of blight, and the other to improve the overall health and vitality of the city. So I want to ask some questions about that. Can Murray's RDA work towards reversing the negative effects of blight on our downtown's already built environment, rather than holding on to the property and allowing it to continue to deteriorate while waiting to have a developer come in and take it over? Can Murray's RDA seek ways to improve the overall health and vitality of the city by engaging with our citizens who have clearly shown with their attendance at the open house and the feedback submitted that they do deeply care and want to do something about Murray's historic downtown? I would like to give a resounding yes to both those questions. You know, I looked up, and in all of Salt Lake County, there's only 2 other cities that incorporated prior to Murray. And one of those being, I'm sure you know, Salt Lake City. Sandy is the other one. Their historic downtown is not anything that we even know about, actually. I guess there are a few little small cities, but we were right on State Street. We were a bustling downtown. So we do have a historic core. We don't have much of it left anymore, but we do have an historic core. So do we want to remove more of that historic core and our unique historic character? We will be losing a lot of what would draw people to our downtown if we become like all the other cities. Why would we want to become like other cities when we have something that they cannot duplicate? There is so much we can do to improve what we already have. We can work together with our city leadership and all our amazing city departments, and our community can find solutions to reverse the negative effects of blight and improve the overall health and vitality of our city here and now. Thank you for all your work inviting the community to the open house and providing for online feedback in today's comments. And I ask you all, the board, to listen to the community and find a solution for revitalizing our unique downtown. The comments received show that the community eagerly wants to be part of the solution. And with that cooperative engagement, I firmly believe our downtown will become a drawing spot for all around. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Anyone else? While we're waiting, I want to commend everybody for your masks in the audience. I think that's very, very neat that we're doing that.
My name is Sherry Cox. It's Sherry Oliver Cox. I want to put that in there. I'm in District 3, and I have lived in Murray City my entire life, and I won't tell you how old I am, but I have not moved very far from my roots. My grandfather owned the farm on 59th South and State, and all the way back from State Street to the railroad tracks. And his farm is gone now, and that's okay because it's development. It's moved forward. My father and there was 11 children, and they all went to Murray High School. I went to Murray High School. My parents went to Murray High School. We are a vested family in Murray High. Unfortunately, my children cannot afford nor come to Murray because there is not the livelihood and the homes that they would need. And I just want to, I'm trying to get all my things in 3 minutes. Years ago on State Street, there was a lot of businesses that I grew up with. Days Murray Music, the pharmacy, the Townsends, Mr. Debs, Blair's. All of those people, the firemen, the policemen, all of them worked and lived in Murray. We were core people. We had a core foundation in Murray. And I am for the development, but I am not for the development that it is right now. We don't need renters. We need core families back into Murray. Our schools need, especially Parkside, where I worked for 20 years, we need core families back in that area where they will go on to, go to the high school and stuff like that. We are missing out on getting, this is a golden opportunity with these properties around here is building. We don't need rentals. We need condos or homes. We do not need the high rise because renters come and go. We need core families that can be moved in. Like I said, I'm for the redevelopment. We do not need to preserve Murray. We need to look to the future for Murray. We need to get back to having, our firemen and our teachers and all that live in Murray. And my nephew is a prominent Murray businessman. His family has been in Murray forever, but he had to move to South Jordan because there wasn't the homes or the stuff that we need. And now he's been invested in South Jordan. His kids go to Bingham High School. He's invested in the community there. We lost some of these core people that we need back in Murray. Like I said, I love Murray. I will die on the same street that I was born in. And I just hope that we do the redevelopment, but we don't do the redevelopment that is planned. Let's go back to doing more, not any more rentals. Thank you.
Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Rachel Moreau. I am the president currently of the Historic Murray First Foundation, which is seeking to to renovate and preserve our historic downtown and whatever historic structures we have that remain in the city. I was recently asked for a comment on the current downtown plan, and my response was this: the Edelin project in its current incarnation is all wrong for Block 1 of Murray's downtown. Edelin could do a historically compatible development that takes cues from the architecture we already have. This would allow us to reclaim so much of the historic context that has already been removed. I don't see any advantages to the Edelin project as it stands at the current time. Murray downtown is not the place for high-density mixed use. We definitely can and should do better. I think Edelin could give us that if that's what Murray RDA had asked them for. Business owners who like the idea of locating in a historic commercial district because it's charming need to see themselves as stewards of a piece of history that has meaning to generations of citizens. I'm all about personal property rights not being infringed, but there has to be a balance, especially with legacy and commercial or institutional properties. What our now defunct Historic Preservation Code, City Code, was meant to do, if it had ever been properly worked, was to make preservation a viable partnership between the city and the property owners to keep these buildings well-maintained, vital, and perpetually meaningful. A city can't just throw out some tax credits at the beginning and say good luck with that. What the Historic Murray First Foundation is working to do is to educate people, especially our elected officials, about the historic architectural resources we still have. Within the span of a few blocks on State Street, between 4800 South and 50th South, we still have 4 buildings that served generations of Murray citizens as early theaters from silence to Technicolors. We still have those buildings standing behind the current facades that the objectors dislike. Adaptive reuse of these structures is the best way to make a thriving arts, culture, and shopping district that everyone in Murray can be proud of. Historic preservation done well is a fantastic economic driver. When you safeguard your historic districts and keep them thriving, people flock in to spend time and money there, making new memories from the old places. Additionally, my other concern, and it's a more overall concern, is the way that the mayor and administration view their role in city government. The current mayor and administration have the wrong idea that our vote for them was an open-ended mandate to do anything they want without gathering citizen input. I know this for a fact because of a recent conversation I had with the city economic and development director who admitted this position. We agreed to disagree. This wildly unpopular proposal to demolish our historic downtown and put in a sugar house look-alike should have had citizen input from the beginning, not at the 11th hour because their hand was forced. The mayor hates historic preservation and its proponents, and it is up to us as the citizens to make sure that our voices are heard and that our votes matter.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, George Lukashevitz, District 3. Thank you, Mayor Camp and esteemed council members, for giving us the opportunity to speak. Also speaking on behalf of my fellow neighbors in Murray Cottages HOA. I'm going to give a quick synopsis of comments submitted via the portal. We asked the council and the RDA to carefully consider the long-term impact of the 4800 State Street project across 3 areas. One is infrastructure support, especially water. Second is environment quality, especially air. And finally, traffic congestion and safety. We also respectively submit that because of the change in infrastructure as well as demand in the Murray City area, that the supporting analyses in the original RFP documents don't clearly communicate the true impact of the project as well as other projects on the quality of life and safety for Murray residents. Specifically, this project should be viewed in conjunction with the Murray Square project, which is underway at 900 East, 49th Street area, as well as other projects that are currently under consideration following the lifting of the moratorium in August, previously imposed by the council in March of this year. With regards to water, again, the state has imposed an emergency due to drought conditions. The RFP materials do not go into detail, though they do cover environmental impact and quality. They do not go into detail where the water will be coming from for these mixed-use projects, as well as how the water will be shared across mixed use, as well as private homeowners. We therefore ask, respectively submit, that additional analysis be made with regards to water availability. Secondly, with regards to pollution as well as air quality, again, there was no specific mention of impact on air in the RFP materials. There was environmental analysis, but it didn't go into air. For the 1 month period between August and September of this year, Salt Lake City had 7 days of unhealthy air, 18 where it was moderate, and only 5 days when the AQI was good. Typically, in the corridor east of State Street, Murray has the worst air, particularly at the intersection of Murray Park and State, 900 and Van Winkle, and 4500 South. Salt Lake City has never met federal attainment standards for ozone or PM25 pollution, and Brigham Young University has projected the average Utah citizen loses between 1.1 and 3.5 years of life due to bad air quality. We therefore respectively submit that additional analyses be done in terms of environmental impact. Lastly, with regards to traffic congestion, according to UDOT's traffic crash site, vehicular collisions are worst in Murray in the I-15 State Street corridor down to Sandy, with over 5,400 vehicle collisions within the most recent review period. We therefore respectively ask that the council and the RDA consider working with UDOT to implement additionally safety measures beyond those cited in the RFP and reducing the traffic limit on State Street south of 4500. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ooh, all sorts of things flying around here. Masks and hearing aids don't go together. My name is Charles Culp. I live at 5529 South Revere Drive in the New Murray, east of 9th East. Several things I want to talk about. We just heard a little bit about traffic. The Fair and Piers traffic analysis that was done states that on average 41,000 vehicles per day go up and down State Street in this corridor. That's every day. If we take out Saturday and Sunday, the weekdays are going to be higher because Saturday and Sunday is a pretty good day to drive up and down State Street. Maybe not Saturday night when the kids are cruising, but you get the idea. Traffic's already terrible. The report basically said, traffic's terrible. What you're doing here isn't going to make it any better, but it won't make it that much worse. But when we start to step back from that a little bit, what are we hearing? We're hearing noise. I live close enough to Van Winkle that I can tell you about traffic noise until 3 or 4 in the morning on Friday night and Saturday night. I did some work with McMillan a couple of years ago, McMillan School, about air quality. And there are things called hotspots. We have them all around our elementary schools when folks come to pick their kids up and leave their cars idling. And so suddenly, 2 blocks away, you can have good air and you can have crappy air right there at the school. So we got a lot of traffic, we got a lot of noise, and we got bad air. And we want to put 262 times however many people per unit in this arena. I think we need to consider traffic sort of as the global issue comes up. Project height. Project height is 70 feet. Now I know there are other buildings that are close to or above 70 feet, but none of them come right up to the sidewalk. I was talking to one of the folks in Community and Economic Development, and they told me that the Hilton Suites on the other corner, the one with Soy's restaurant in the bottom, is 60 feet, but there's a couple of boxes of mechanical on top that I think include that. The issue isn't 70 feet by itself. The issue is 70 feet from 4800 South to Central Avenue. I'm sorry, not Central, to 5th. That's a long shot. Think about this 3 months from today, on the shortest day of the year. When will the sun set on State Street? Will it be 3:30? I'm thinking it will be. The project boards kind of give us a pretty clear picture of that. This is the project conceptual rendering that shows southeast corner 5th Avenue, State Street. And if you look at the left side of that picture, it's looking up State Street. Look at how dark that is. They're already conceptually telling us, we're going to put you in a dark canyon bottom in the middle of winter.
Excuse me, I appreciate your comments. If you could just wrap it up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're
I
fine.
tend
You're
to-
fine.
do
Thank
tend to
you.
go on. I'll echo the comments that I don't think the RDA has there's a lot of construction going on, folks. A lot of people want to build high-density housing. You can see it all over. Why is the RDA encouraging that when it seems to be going pretty well all by itself? And finally, the little open space project that they have just to the west of the Cahoon Mansion, that's 8,500 square feet. Most of us who have older homes are on about 2/10 of an acre. This park, 8,500 square feet, is actually a little less than that. It's 19 and something, 0.19 of an acre, okay? I'm not saying don't do this project. I'm saying it can be a lot better than the way it is right now. We got to put people somewhere. I mean, it's like Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. These folks are coming, and development's coming, frankly. Let's manage it the best we can, and certainly better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Brent Barnett, and I too would like to congratulate the council and the mayor on having the great open house that they had. I think that was really educational, really helped us understand what was going on. My sense is, I've talked to a lot of planners. I've kind of taken this as a hobby. I've been very interested in planning over my life, and I've talked to a lot of planners in Salt Lake. I've talked to people in different cities. And I think we just need a broader view of what we have downtown. I think we clearly missed the mark with our RFP in spite of our good efforts, and that we asked Edelin to do maybe the wrong thing. I continue to encourage everyone, both the citizenry and especially the council. I know the council at one time visited many cities to study the City Hall issue. I would encourage them very, very much to visit different cities, particularly Holiday. I've met several times with the community development director there, who helped design their downtown, that nice little plaza they have. Very, very simple, but it is a gathering place, and in the summer particularly, they have a little jazz combo there, and you should all go over there and just see what they have, because they had so much less than Murray has, but they've made it so much more. And I think we're we're sort of an embarrassment to our citizens because they have done so much. And we have had all this great stuff to start with, and we haven't figured out how to use it. So I would just encourage you all to do that. Also, of course, Mill Creek is doing some incredible stuff. We'll have to see how that turns out, but they have an incredible plan of a plaza with a lot of activities every weekend, activities to have people come downtown. I would encourage you all to go to the Mill Creek website to see that. And I've met with their mayor and their planning director too, just casually, and had a good talk with them. They, of course, said people for Murray are just more than welcome to come talk to them. I think I've shared this with some of you and hope you would continue to follow up on that. Thanks for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, I'm Clark Bullen. So it's so great to see so many citizens here at 3 p.m. at an RDA meeting, and to see so many citizens at the open house. That was just a wonderful thing. And all the comments, if you looked at the meeting minutes for this meeting, there's so many citizen comments from the open house that was generated, and that is just that makes me proud to be a citizen of Murray. So there's a lot of reasons that I've heard that people oppose this development. Janice talked about preservation. Rachel talked about preservation. George talked about traffic and air. Charles talked about the setback of the project. Brent talked about other cities that have plazas and gathering places that attract people. And I agree with a lot of the reasons. I've heard crimes, what it will do to the school districts. There's a lot of concerns. I think one of the main concerns I have is that we'd be missing an opportunity. This is our block 1. This is downtown. This is what will set the precedence for the rest of our development. And we have the opportunity to use this space. The city owns these properties, to use this space as a gathering spot for the community. Historically, this block has been a center of commerce. It's been right downtown for the citizens. And we can set the precedence for the rest of our future downtown Murray with this block right here. I've heard that citizens want a gathering place, a town square. They want good food, music, art, walkable, beautiful space, a historic look and feel, something that reflects the unique identity and charm of Murray. And this block, we can do all of those things. We can preserve our historic look and feel, our charm. We can attract businesses to be part of this development, corporate space, maybe some condos, as somebody mentioned. I feel like we can incorporate all of these things and make this a destination. We're in the center of the valley. This block is in the center of Murray. As far as I can tell, this is the most valuable property in the valley. Why would we use this spot, and excuse me to say, waste it on an apartment complex when there's other places to put density? This should be the place that makes people want to come back to Murray. If we want to revitalize our downtown, it starts with this block. And revitalization, increasing the traffic, making it so people don't have a place to park and it's, a really busy downtown. That's not going to be the catalyst to the revitalization of downtown Murray. What we need is a development that will take Murray into the next 20, 30, 40 years and make it the destination spot that it once was. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. That's we know Clark's running for mayor. Is there anybody else?
I'm Benjamin Brown. I live in District 3. This is no imagination whatsoever. In 30 years, it's going to look just like every 80s building that was built in the 80s. And then look at the little side street here, and we have shopping, and we have all the wonderful things about what this vision is. Let's talk about reality. Anybody walking on State Street these days? No, we're not. And so you're going to put in some shops underneath. That was the great idea about the Center Street apartment building. So they'll have shops. The only shops we attract in Murray lately is tattoo parlors and pawn shops. There's nothing new and vibrant. There's no new restaurants. There's nothing that says, man, that's a happening thing. It doesn't happen in this city. Time and again, we've lost our historic feel, and we're just becoming the blend between South Salt Lake and Murray. County keeps trying to throw roads through here to make faster access to the southern end of the valley, contemplating that we have one-way roads and take out historic housing and take out historic neighborhoods. So we're either going to let the county walk all over us all the time, or we're going to stand up and say, enough, this is a community. This is a self-sufficient community in a lot of ways. A lot of the income from the economics here go to support school districts and other things around this valley. But we take down one historic building and we take down another and we take down another. We've got the kidney thing, that's a great thing. Does it look like anything in Murray? Or does it look like a piece of the Death Star that just dropped out of the sky? They took down the old Walker Bank building on the corner of Vine and State, put in that nice Wells Fargo thing that was First Interstate for years. How does that thing look? You proud of that? That's a really good looking building, isn't it? We either stop and take a look at this and start to say we have an identity, or we lose our identity. But don't be believing and don't be passing off to anybody here that this is going to be this walkable community and we're going to have arts and we're going to have restaurants and all that. State Street is just a way to get from the north to the south and the south to the north, and nobody stops to look at anything, because if it just blends like every other office building, it's not going to be anything anybody's worth stopping for. And then the parking issue. Look at the parking issue you got right now with the Ice House and Club 48 going down 48 South. And now you're going to throw in this big, huge apartment development, and I hear you can't put in a parking terrace because of a water table issue. So if you can't go down and you can't build a big parking structure, then I suggest you take down as many apartments as that's going to clog, because don't tell me you can enforce it. We'll put no parking in, enforce it. Fire Clay. Go drive around in Fire Clay. There's no parking signs all over the place. Never enforced. The citizens know they're not enforced. Everybody parks there. If you're not going to pay the apartment complex to park in their underground parking, where are they? Murray City streets. And what's been going on with the high density housing that has come into Murray? How many murders have been over at the Fire Clay situation?
Please wind it up. Your time has expired. Thank
All right. So my point is, as a citizenry, as a government, we're either going to get walked on and stepped over and bypassed and cause more problems for us, the taxpayers, long after the developers are gone, or we're going to say, wait a minute, look at Holiday. They had a blighted area. They've done phenomenal work with their buildings, and it has a nice look to it. And those restaurants are being operated and used because they provided parking. They provided ways to do that. This says nothing about any of that. If you can't handle Ice House and Club 48, please don't add more.
Thank you. Next.
I didn't plan on saying anything. My name is Belinda Johnson. I'm in District 3. I'm also on the Murray City Board of Education. And I am not here as a Board of Education member. This is not, I've not been assigned. This is not the group's. And you guys know that when you speak as individuals, you speak as individuals, not for the whole. I live on 4700 South, 300 East. So this is right where I go through every single, that's my 7-Eleven. That's my Big Gulp stop right there. I go through that intersection every day. As Cherie said, Mrs. Oliver, I guess, or Oliver Cox, I should call her in this. This is my personal opinion, but Parkside, and I have told every one of you have heard me say this a million times, Parkside cannot keep having the turnover it has. We cannot keep putting high density housing in that area over and over again. Over and over again, they are the area that feels like they take the hit. This isn't our teachers. Our teachers love every kid in that school. This is our families and our parents that are saying, hey, we need some core families, like Ms. Cox said. We need to go back to having some families that drive our neighborhoods forward and stay there. Hopefully some of these families that are coming into our area for rentals will stay. They'll want to stay in Murray. And that's because of some of the things some other people have talked about down there on State Street. Let's make it an area that people want to be in. They want to walk around in. I'm not going to tell my family to go walk down on State Street to find some dinner. We love the pho place on State Street. We park behind and go in the back door. I would never walk there on State Street. I'd go through my neighborhood the back way. I'd go right past Rosaballa's house and go right to it. So as a constituent, let's be creative. I was part of the project when we leased the land on State Street as a school district. I know there's more than high density housing out there. We had several different proposals come to us as a school district. It was hard because everybody probably wonders why that took so long. We were the first school district in the nation to lease back our land to somebody so that we could take in the money for the long term instead of the short term. That's why that took so long, because it was tricky. Took a lot of legalese that people didn't know yet. But there's options, there's groups that want to be in Murray. Like Clark said, let's not be just the cut through. Let's be a place where people stop and want to be. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be sure to fill out these papers with Jennifer as you come up or as you leave.
Hi, so I'm not a citizen of Murray. I'm representing Salt Lake here. My name's Michael Valentine. I'm part of Save the Utah Pantages. We just started a new restoration society for all of Utah, and I'm actually a candidate for Salt Lake City Mayor in 2023. Started a bit early. I'd like to thank you guys for letting me come here. I was at the open house, had an awesome time. I think I was there for 3 or 4 hours, met several of you and talked to a lot. And I'm really just here to advocate for Murray, historic Murray. I think you guys got some amazing buildings right there and an amazing strip of State Street. Love the Murray Theater, love the Desert Star. One of those buildings used to be an old theater that dates back to the 1920s that could be restored and revitalized. I think there's so much creativity that could be used for these spaces. They're over 100 years old, and they could be around for another 100 years if we take this moment and figure out how to bring these buildings back to life. I'd really like to urge you guys not to make the same mistakes that we have been fighting against in Salt Lake City and that RDA. We've been fighting to save the Pantages Theater there for 2 years now, and it's just been a mess. And there was never an open house like the amazing open house you guys had a few weeks ago for the theater there. The city has not been listening to the constituents. The RDA has not been listening to experts, historic or city experts, even on a national level. So I'd really urge you not to make those same mistakes. Learn from the failures of Salt Lake City and listen to all the people here, listen to Murray, and protect the historic spots that you guys have. They're really special and important, coming from an outsider that loves driving through this part of State Street. I'd also like to talk about Logan, Utah. I grew up there. It's a really special place to me. They have amazing historic theaters and a booming tourist attraction and a place for people to come to. I think that could be an amazing example that you guys could look to work with Logan and learn how to bring some of that to Murray and revitalize places for culture and arts and theaters, or people are talking about restaurants. There's so many great ideas. So thanks again for letting me come. Don't destroy what makes Murray special. Keep it around for decades and centuries to come. These apartments won't last 100 years. They'll never be historic in the way these buildings are and have special stories about them to tell. So thanks again. Urge you to listen to the citizens and save historic Murray.
Thank you.
If I commented last time, can I
My name's Terry Townsend Butler. So I have a vested interest in the Townsend home and the Harker building. And I look at the Harker building, I look at the Murray Mark from the time I was this big, and I've lived here since 1960, but you don't know how old I am. The building has always seemed a little bit old and decrepit and dirty. You know, my grandpa was a fireman. He was not a shopkeeper. And I look at that building and I think, yeah, it needs to be updated desperately, but it's history. My great-grandfather was the mayor of Murray in the 1800s. My grandfather was the fire chief in Murray for 28 years. Volunteer fireman running down State Street at a dead run to get to his men. My dad owned his store in Murray. I grew up here like Sherry. My grandfather went to Murray. My dad was a student body president at Murray High. I went to Murray. My children went to Murray. Murray is my home. And what I am seeing is it taken away. I'm seeing the history of this fantastic place going away to brick and glass. And I think that there's so much more that could be done. I know initially you had talked about having a little park in the back there. Preserving my grandma and grandpa's house. That's the big one for me. And I think it's right across the street from the Murray Mansion. I do not know why there can't be a fun little entertainment place there with these historical type of buildings as a centerpiece so that we don't lose the history of our city. That's what's important to me. When you talk about taking them down, okay, they're old, but you're taking a part of my soul. You're taking my history out of my, well, maybe I should lose a little of this fat. Take a history out of here and I'm lost. You know, I feel like I'm losing part of me by losing part of Murray. So please just think about making it more historical, making it a great place to come again. I've hit those movie theaters a gazillion times. We lived in the Iris Apartments above my dad's store for several years. This is my place. And I'm really asking that you don't take away the history of this place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Bridge, and I live in the Clovercrest area. And I've heard a lot of great ideas, and I've heard some that I don't quite agree with. But what really hit me was when you talked about putting an area here that reminded them of the Holiday area. My brother lives up there. And when they first started doing it, I thought, well, this is a pretty cool area. And then when it got done, I thought, wow, they know what they're doing. I mean, I drive up there and they've got things going on every single weekend. There's so much fun. And it just looks like that people would drive up there just to go do the things. And I thought something like that would mean something to me more than just, and you could also do a lot of preserving and in touch with that too. So I thought that was a really good idea. I think it's a really good idea for preservation. There's a lot of areas that could be preserved. And so if they sat down and they talked about those that are so involved in preserving and look at from both sides. And I know that a lot of you want to be in homes, bring homes to the area. Like I remember the days when I grew up, we had homes. And in the area, we had communities. When I was raising my family, we had homes and we had communities. But now my grandkids, they're getting through school and they're looking at the cost of homes. And it is out of range so far. They don't know when they're ever going to be able to get into a home. I mean, we're talking $850,000, $1 million. And that's in this area. That's in Murray. And it's just, there's either got to be programs or something that can help these young kids get into a home so that maybe we could start a community. I know that's how I did. When we were first married, there was called a Government 235 program. They were smaller homes, but they were built in an area, and they were built a whole bunch of them. And if you earned a certain income, you could get into this program, and then as soon as your income went up, then you had to move. And it helped so many people get into a home. And it was called the 235 program. And boy, we went from that home to a $65,000 home to the home we're in now. And it's a great program. So I just want you to think, I heard good things from so many people. The area that we could pick up and have fun and walk to every weekend, the area where we can have homes, a community, an area where if we could get the price down, we could build a community with our young families that they could help. That's just what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I didn't fill out a paper, I will. I'm Susan Wright, and I live on Spruce Glen Road. Me and my husband came to Murray in 1979, and we actually restored the Murray Mansion and all of those old buildings down there. We tried to restore Murray City ourselves, and we did a pretty good job for a long time. And then we've moved away now. I'm sitting here listening to all of you, and my head is ready to explode because I have a plan. I can't reveal it because I'm working with an architect on it right now, but I have a plan that you guys will love. So anyway, maybe in a month or so, we can reveal it. Anyway, I'm just sitting here. I'm excited. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Ola Robinson. I live about and own a home about a block east of State Street on 4800 South. I've heard a lot of very prescient and well thought out comments. I've agreed with everything that I've heard since I came in. I came in a few minutes late. I think the current project as proposed and drawn out is, I agree, it's too tall, it's too big, it takes out, if not the heart, at least most of one lung of downtown Murray. And part of the reason that we bought our home where we did and have stayed as long as we have and love this community is the character of the place, the sense of history. I think you're never going to get it back. If we tear it down, we're never going to get it back. I recognize that we do need increased density in housing. That's just reality. That's how our state and our county is growing. I think doing it in smaller sized projects and spreading it around is good for a number of reasons, including I would like to see, I wholeheartedly agree, I've got about 7 things going on in my head at the same time. I agree that rather than building more rentals, which traps a lot of poor people forever, really lifetime, and creates despair for people who want to put down roots, be part of a community. I think the community stability is always served by giving people a way to start on, as they say in England, the property ladder. Buying a condo, being able to do well with that, create value, I think one of the most important things about city government, is from my perspective, or local government, is that it's a counter to the profit motive. Obviously, we have to look at tax base. We have to be connected to how we can sustain the services and our part of this county, and sustain schools at a high level. All of those things are important. There will never be an absence of for-profit forces acting upon everything. I feel like what we need to do as citizens and in this council and with the mayor and all of our local involvement is to counter that with the benefit of all citizens, and hopefully look down the road further to what's going to create or sustain sustainability in terms of in terms of the citizens, and in terms of attracting and keeping people that we want to be part of this community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
I had no intentions of this. My neighbors drug me here. Okay. But I want to tell you, I was born on
Could you
Cherry Street.
just get a little closer to the microphone, please, so we can get it
I
recorded
was
there?
born on Cherry Street in Murray 99 years ago. And I never came back until 16 years ago. And I live on Greenside Place, on 4800 South. But I want to see some of my family, or the Elkins and the Bergens. And everybody's buried in the Murray Cemetery. And that's where I'm going next. But I have never been able to walk to any of my relatives' plots because the grass are just holes. So I was hoping you'd take some of that money and fix the cemetery. Because, I mean, I haven't been able to walk to any of my relatives' plots. So that's what I have to say. And I'm with everybody else. I couldn't wait to come back and live in Murray because it has a special meaning for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Melinda has an email.
This was sent in from Robert Stefanik. Dear Murray RDA, first off, thank you for taking the time to read this email, and sorry I could be there in person. Second, as a person living in the very building that this meeting is about, I am against tearing it down to build a new build that will also destroy the other buildings on the block. If you want people to stop at Murray, destroying what is left of historical Murray isn't going to do that. Attached is a photo of where I grew. Notice not a single building in the photo on this street is historic. Market in Corning, New York, and all the buildings are over 100 years. Now there are 2 new buildings, but one was designed to look like the rest of the street and the other took Japanese architect. I bring this up because Corning get tourists from all around the country and world to come see Market Street and the museums we have. Now we can do the same for Murray, but instead of museums, we can have a historic theater district with the Desert Star, the Murray, and turn Wright's costume back into the Happy Hour Theater. People will come for that alone with the film festivals that are in Utah that bring millions to the state. Murray would make money with that and bring new life to the city in ways a new building couldn't. The Antique Mall has many possibilities on what it could be. Also, there is the empty lot on the block and they can build there without tearing down old historical buildings. So I asked the RDA, City Council, and City itself, do not tear down these buildings, instead restore, remodel them for the future and for future generations.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Yeah, you can fill it out on the way back. Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Peter Hruza. I'm from District 3. And as far as this downtown, this is prime property. If you drive up and down State Street, you're not going to see a building like that. We're going to be the first ones. Is that the legacy we want to leave for our kids? We're going to tear down our history to have a building that they got plenty in Sugar House. So do we want to look like that on our State Street? I don't.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, if there isn't anybody else, I'll close the public comment and we'll move on to a presentation and discussion of public comments received for the proposed 48th and State Street project. Presenters will be Melinda and Jill.
Well, I think our audience today just completed our presentation. Thanks to everybody for being here and for commenting. We did send out a supplemental packet to the RDA board yesterday with comments that were received after we sent the initial packet out last week. We have not yet been able to post that online, but we will. So hopefully the board has had an opportunity to read the comments that we have received, and then of course you've heard from those today. We have done some initial, I guess, data analysis for what that's worth on the comments, and it's difficult to take comments like these that are very subjective and quantify them. So one thing I do want to point out, let me find this in the email, and then I wanted to turn some time over to Jill to address some of the comments. She's also been able, as the developer, to have access to all of the comments, but according to the addresses of all the comments that we've received, about 266 comments were received. 74 of those are from outside Murray city boundaries, and then the remaining of those, another 180 or so, are from within Murray boundaries. So those are just some actual facts about the subjective comments that we can give to you. Mostly we just wanted to be able to provide the comments to the RDA board and have an opportunity for dialogue back and forth with the board and the developer if there's a will for that, to address some of the comments that they've heard. So I'll turn the time over to Jill unless the board has any comments or questions for me right now.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, board. Jill Sherman from Edlin and Company. I've met most of you before. We have received all the comments. I have read all the comments. I also heard a lot of them in person at the open house, which we attended. I'm thinking back to responding to the request for proposals. We thought we were, responding to kind of what was desired with a mixed use project in a downtown location that would have ground floor active use and restaurants and retail, and then housing up above. And, we're going to bring our approach of environmental sustainability, to that project, which we do in every project. And obviously we've, received a lot of comments, and there's a number of different categories, but some of them are clearly around design, that what was proposed doesn't look in keeping with the historic buildings and context. We've certainly heard about the size of the building. It's too tall. We've heard don't demolish all of the existing buildings, try to preserve some of those buildings. And so I guess what I'm here to say to you today is I do feel like we can address some of those comments and concerns. I mean, the design was by no means, a completed design. There's a lot of work left to do. And so certainly we could work moving forward, continuing to engage with the community figure out a way to do that. Maybe we set up a community advisory committee that would participate more regularly in meetings. We could still have open houses. You know, we can certainly look at changing the design. We can certainly look at changing the density, or which I think most people are concerned about, the number of units and the height. One thing I will just point out is that the current zoning requires a minimum of 4 stories. Right now we're 5 stories. So if we did look at anything less than that, which we haven't done yet, but would be willing to do, that would require a change to existing zoning to even allow for that. You know, and in terms of preserving buildings, we did look at preserving the Dark property initially, found it was more expensive to do that than to build new. We're willing certainly to relook at that again and see if we can make it fit into an overall proposal for the project, whether that means saving the whole building or maybe the facade. You know, I don't know. We haven't dug into any of the details of any of these ideas yet, but we certainly have heard the comments, and we are willing to come to the table, you know, to work towards addressing them. We will, though, to be able to engage in that process and essentially, you know, start to redesign and have our architects do some work, we will need to be at a point where we, you know, we've invested a lot of design time and fees into the project already, and we would need to be at a point where we know that we essentially, assuming we can work on something that meets some of these objectives, would have a project that can go forward, because we can't really spend a lot more money. We can't spend more money essentially on the design without knowing that there's going to be a project, you know, even if it looks very different than the one that we've so far looked at together, that there is going to be one at the end of the day. So I'm just here to sort of tell you, we've read them, we've listened, we've heard them, and we're certainly willing to work on a go forward plan. We just need to know that there's a project at the end. So I'm here for any questions if you have any, or I'll sit back down.
I appreciate your willingness to listen and to possibly change the project as the citizens have asked. Do we have any questions?
Or you can, okay. I do appreciate that statement and the position Evelyn's willing to take. And I've said this to you personally, is I believe in everything that you guys are doing, and I think you're the right fit for this project. But as you can see, and thank you, District 3, for coming out, but I personally want to consider the voices that are here and exist in Murray. So how we move forward, I'm not really sure, but I do appreciate that. So thank you so much, Joe.
Well, I'm not sure I have a lot of questions for you, Jill. I want to thank the citizens that have come out. I've been on the council 10 years, and I don't think I've ever seen how many 135 people showed up to our, where's Melinda? Oh, for the open house. 135, and how many comments did you say? 270? 280, and how many were in Murray? 180, 100 something, 180. I mean, really, I've never, something like that. I've never seen that many, and yet I think about, from what I could see, about 85, 90% were not for the project. I think it's awesome that this is the biggest turnout I've ever seen to an RDA, I think. My memory might be incorrect on that, but for 10 years, I don't know if we've ever had this kind of a turnout for an RDA, rarely for a council meeting. And so I think the citizens need to know, and Melinda, maybe you're the one that would present this, but and maybe others want to talk, but and maybe Rosalba, this is where you're coming from, but I think the citizens need to know what the next step is. Do we vote? I understand that this runs out at the end of the month. Explain a little bit how that works. You got in September, then you have one that ends in December. The final one ends in December, because I get a lot of citizens that are saying, how does this work? When do you vote? How do you vote? Is there a vote? Just kind of a little bit of that. I think they would need. Yeah, what's the process next?
So the exclusive negotiation agreement that was approved by the board last November initially expired in June of this year. It was allowed for 2 extensions of 90 days at a time. So it would expire then with both of those extensions at the end of the year.
And who extends those, Melinda?
The executive director of the RDA, which is the mayor,
Okay.
could extend the agreement. That was in the exclusive negotiation agreement. So as far as steps forward, what we have talked about is now that we know some of the comments and feedback from the public, we would sit down with Edlin and put together a formal request that then would come back to the RDA board for consideration of approval. And exactly what format that looks like, I'm not entirely sure, but some type of a formal agreement that the RDA board would approve or not approve would be on an agenda at a future RDA meeting. So I'm wondering, GL, do you have anything more to add to that? So what we have done in the past is we've had parties that have come and essentially submitted a formal request to the RDA. If you'll all remember last year when we approved an agreement with the Jesse Knight M Legacy Center over on the ore sampling mill project area. So the developer came forward with a formal funding request to assist with the cleanup of that site. We brought it to the RDA board. The RDA board chose to take a couple different meetings to discuss it and eventually approved that. So it would be a similar format where we would put together the documents or whatever the funding or formal request would be, and then have a discussion and a decision in front of the RDA. This is slightly different because if the, because the RDA owns the property that the project is sitting on, the RDA would have to sell the property. So there is a different spin on this just because previously, like with the ore sampling mill, Mr. Warner owned that property, or it was privately owned. And so in this case, if the RDA board were not to move forward with a project, we wouldn't sell the property, there wouldn't be a project. So it would, whatever formal approval in the future would have to include some type of a purchase and sale agreement of the property, of the RDA owned property to Edlin, and then like a development and a participation agreement of any other project conditions that would be part of the development agreement.
So as of right now, there's no contract that's been signed.
No, just that exclusive negotiation agreement, which essentially says that for the period of the agreement, the city won't go out and solicit projects from other developers. We just have agreed to work solely with Edlin Company.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Diane?
I'm just wondering, during that process, I can speak better now. Anyway, during that process, I hope the financials will be a little more upfront, because I have concerns about that, about how much it's really going to cost. What's the impact to the city? And I would like it to be a little more upfront and, explain that better for us.
Sure, all of that would be part of any future agreement. It would be presented in a public meeting. So it would be part of any formal approval, like all of the participation agreements that the RDA has had in the past includes all of that information.
Right, but if there are possible changes, those kinds of things that concern me that I'm not sure we were really aware of, and financial issues, like. All of a sudden we were going to buy the Dar property or we were not. I mean, there were those kinds of concerns that I don't think we were made aware of, and that the process was transparent. And I would like to make sure that we have that. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm kind of maybe skipping around the real concern. My concern is that we make sure financially that we understand the process and how much money we are expected to come up with. Sure. So I just want to make sure that that's
Sure. Yeah, I understood. And that again would be what I think we would sit down with Jill and the Edlin team over the next several weeks to figure out exactly what, if any, that participation would need to be. We would bring that specific information to the board in a public meeting. You would discuss it in a public meeting and have a decision in a public meeting. So a lot of the conversations that we've had previously, I mean, we have had some public conversations, but a lot of the conversations previously they've not been at a point where it's ready to be put on an agenda and brought forward to a public meeting. There's a lot of items that need to be coordinated, and even still, there's a lot of questions. I think that we were able to get a lot of feedback from the public and the community, and projects like this take a lot of time to negotiate back and forth. So it's not uncommon that here we are 9 months down the road and we're still going back and forth with what both parties may want or need to get to the project that's mutually agreeable, and then to get a project, or excuse me, some type of an agreement in front of the RDA board for approval.
okay. I just want to make sure that the process is transparent and we understand it, because I'm not so sure we have during this. So anyway, or I'll speak for myself. So thank you.
I just kind of want to add it on to Diane's concern. The main thing that I've heard, and I've heard from a lot of citizens, is why are we just giving this property away? And I know there's a right answer to that, because what the number to that is a little over $6 million. And how does the city recoup that property or that money back? I don't know if that's something you can kind of explain a little bit more in detail, Melinda, as the economic director, but how does that quantify for the city?
Well, I think to be straightforward, I think that's still items that we need to sit down with Edlin and figure out exactly what it is that they need to make a project come forward and work. We have had appraisals on the property. I haven't looked at them in a couple months, but there's a lot of financial, factors to consider in order for a project to work. And that's exactly what I think we would spend the next few weeks working on, is refining that math and bringing forward something to the RDA board that, is a formal request. We just haven't been able to this point to get there, to understand what a final project is going to look like, and therefore what any type of a participation or development agreement would need to look like, and what, if any, participation there would need to be from the RDA for a project to happen.
And when does this extension end? Is it the end of this month?
So, yeah, there was an opportunity to have 2 90-day extensions. I think the second extension would expire, September 30th, and then there could be another one through the end of the year, December 31st.
Okay, so the mayor can extend that.
Correct.
Okay, just trying to understand what the process is moving forward, and also so the audience and citizens can understand as well. Thank you.
So Melinda, and just to go off what Rosal was saying, so I don't know. So if the mayor does not extend, then it'll past September, then it'll be dropped. But if it goes to December 30th or whatever the last day is, then that's a final drop out, that we will not be proceeding if there's no acceptance for funding by the end of December. Is that
Sure.
correct?
If the exclusive negotiation agreement expired and there was no extension of that, it expires without any action on the RDA board at the end of the year. The RDA board, we could bring an action item to extend it so that we could allow for more time with Eadlin to address some of these comments, work with, as Jill mentioned, maybe some kind of focus groups. It's kind of challenging to answer that question because there's a lot of different answers to it, but
if we don't do anything, then it will be there'll be nothing done. The funding will be, how do I word it? It won't be developed. It'll be dropped by December 31st. There was no contract, the agreement. What was the agreement you called that at
the
first?
exclusive negotiation
Exclusive
agreement
negotiation
would
will
expire
be
at the end of the year.
expired by December 31st, and then nothing else will have to be done by the board, RDA board. You seem to be hesitant on what I'm saying.
Sure.
You mind if I chime in?
Thanks, Blair.
Yeah. So what that does is that would end the exclusive negotiation agreement. There could still be after that time, there could be any negotiation with Eadlin or any other developer at that time. That would just be the end of the exclusive negotiations with Eadlin.
Thank you.
Thing that I was going to add was just our intent would be to come with some kind of clear proposal about the project, including financial proposal, before the exclusive negotiation agreement expires. We just don't know exactly scheduling wise when that is yet.
I guess this last question is for Jill. At what point, or even I guess Melinda as well, at what point do you bring in the community if you were thinking about bringing a community council or group?
So we would bring a community advisory committee or whatever we decide makes sense to form. Basically, we'd have that put together before we're going to really dig in and restart, if you will, the design. The challenge is we need to come to you for our relative to our agreement by the end of the year. And I need that agreement to restart that design process, right? I can't go ahead and invest more in the redoing or updating or tweaking the design without some deal with the RDA.
Okay,
so
thank you.
we wouldn't start real design before we have agreement from the RDA, and then we would figure out again, what the best process would be, and we would convene that group, and then move forward with sort of a reset or a move forward to the design process to try to address some of the comments that we feel like we can address with a good process.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
I just wanted to say, repeat thanking everyone for their feedback and everyone who put feedback online. There's tons of great comments here. And thank you to Eadlin for, I think, really a great communication when it comes to design of their current proposal has more parking than our ordinance requires. And when we talked about historic wants and looks for the property, there was this great tie-in of different design elements, and it's might not be hitting every checkbox for everyone quite yet, but I just really appreciate that willingness to look at a community advisory committee and design things. But I really admire the environmental work that Eadlin does, and I think that they're an incredible firm when it comes to that. And I think it would be really great to have a property like that in Murray.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is it anybody else?
Go ahead. We're all going.
Just one more thing. I so appreciate the input and feedback from the community. I think it's been wonderful, and I've learned so much. And it also just makes me so happy that we have such a wonderful, involved citizenry. So thank you all for that. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome. It's what makes Murray so wonderful. So thank you.
And I'll just say, add on to that. And Jill, you've been great. I mean, I hope you're okay with me saying that you were very clear and you said, if this isn't what your citizens want, then we want to do that. I mean, you were really clear about that. And I appreciate that because right now, I know that's not the direction we want to go. So thank you for that.
Sorry, Dale, but one last thing. I also want to just acknowledge how smart and intelligent citizens of Murray are, and your background and expertise really shows. And I'm honored to really just serve you all because I think you all really have great ideas and really care about your community. And I mean, I received a packet. Thank you, George, about some really key points of this community. And I think your invested time really has shown, and I appreciate it. And I think I think I can say the rest of us do as well. And so thank you so much for being here. And it's a true honor to represent District 3. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Please do.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out something that I think that we all need to keep in mind as we move forward on this project. We've heard a lot of various comments today, and if you've had the opportunity to sort through the comments that we received by email, there are many and they're varied. But one of the things that was said in a lot of the comments and that we heard here again this afternoon is this isn't a place for mixed use. And the fact is that is zoned for mixed use. That's the very use that is zoned for, that the master plan calls for. So if indeed it's not a place for mixed use, then there's a whole bigger picture that we need to be looking at, and that is, does the city want to rezone it back to commercial, or what? So I just want to point out that, the mayor and the staff get a lot of credit for bringing a project like this forward, but that's what it's zoned for. So that's why it's before the board. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, will you define your use of credit? Okay. We'll move on. I think, and I want to say the same thing about Elin. They're great to work with. They're a great company. Hopefully we can find a way through this, but I would recommend that we speedily get to the next step before we run out of time and see what we can do, with all the input that not only in this room, but we've gotten on emails. Here's a packet, and we've got them online as well. And see if there's something we can do with this project. The mayor's right. This is zoned for mixed use. If that's not what we want to do, we need to look at something else. But I think we need to, as rapidly as possible, get to the next step so we can be fair to the developer as well. And I also want to thank the citizens. Everything that was set up here is correct. I've only been on the council for 4 years, going on 40. And I've never seen a meeting like this, and I've never seen people so passionate about what they want, studied the project and speak very civilly about what they want and how they want it, and I do appreciate that. And with that, I think we'll move on to our last project updates. Melinda.
All right. I did include a memo in the packet to go over the substantial project updates that have happened since we last met. I think the best news of all is that the Utah State Department of Environmental Quality has approved the cleanup plan that Mr. Warner and his group submitted for the ore sampling mill site for the Jesse M. Knight Legacy Center. So that's a huge step forward for the project and for the cleanup over there. So They anticipate they will work over the next couple months to get stormwater pollution prevention permits in place and a land disturbance permit, and hopefully start working over there in November to clean up the property. We've also been in communication with Corey Solem or with Think Architecture about the project over, or excuse me, the property over just south of the new fire station. And we had anticipated of bringing a project request to the RDA board at one of the next one or two meetings. And same with the Habitat for Humanity, the Restore project that's over there in Fireclay on Main Street and the corner of 4500 South. We will put together the kind of final steps and information on that project to bring forward a formal request to the RDA board at a future meeting as well. And then lastly, one thing I did want to discuss with the board at the next October meeting, it just would be remiss if I did not make sure the board was aware of this information, but in the last legislative session, the state legislature passed an opportunity for all RDAs to extend a project area for up to 2 years if there is a determination by the board that COVID-19 has had a negative impact on a project area. So I think that's something that we should put on our agenda and discuss. The board can make a decision, and if that was something the board wanted to do, we would have to have a resolution approved formally by the end of the year, and then we would have to go through next steps to notify all the taxing entities. But that was something that came out of last year's session and something that we'll have on the agenda to discuss next month as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Melinda. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
So our next meeting start when?
2
4:30 in 2 minutes? I was hoping 4:45.
Can we do a break?
If y'all want to stay around, 4:40, take a potty break.
Okay, let's get going. It's 4:40. We needed to take a break, so we're going to start the committee of the whole for the Murray City Municipal Council for September 21st, 2021. And all council members are present. So let's get started. The first is the approval of the minutes for the Committee of the Whole for August 24th, 2021. And if there are no questions, comments, I would take a motion.
Okay. Boy, can barely get that out, huh? I move that we approve. I want to read the right date. I move that we approve the minutes for August 24th, 2021 for Committee of the Whole.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Sounds like they've been approved. So we'll continue on to discussion items. The first one is discussion of the fraud risk assessment with Brenda Moore. Brenda, welcome.
Okay, now it's on, right? So the state auditor requires us to annually present our analysis of the fraud risk assessment to the council. There's nothing you ever have to vote on. It's not ever done in a like a council meeting. We just need to discuss it so that you are aware of our risks and that you are ultimately responsible for the finances of the city. So I think it's a reminder because there were a lot of smaller cities and some entities whose councils and boards did not realize that they should be looking at this kind of stuff. So I went through this. Our total points earned on this was 355, which puts us in the very low risk category. We answer all of the basic separation of duties as a yes with no mitigating controls. So we have different people balance the bank as who put the money in or who can change people's accounts. Everything is double checked. All of those types of standard separation of duties. You have a bunch of accountants back there who try and figure out how somebody could steal from us, and then we work on fixing that. We don't trust anybody in accounting. The other things that we have is we have all of the policies that they recommend: travel policies, procurement policies, conflict of interest policies. Some of those are actually ordinances and in the city code, and others are policies. I am a licensed CPA, so we get points for that. And I also have a master's degree in accounting, so we get double points for that. And a lot of my staff has bachelor's degrees in accounting. Last year, we had everybody, including the council, and we do annually commit in writing that you're going to abide by this city's ethics ordinance. And you have all completed the online training that the state auditor put out there. When we switch to new council members, or once every term, if you get reelected, you get to watch that training again. I also have, I receive 40 hours or more of formal training every year. And we do have a fraud hotline outlined on our system. It's basically a link to the state auditor's fraud hotline. So we came up with 355. And so very low risk. And that's all I needed to tell you tonight about that. Any questions about that?
I'm just curious on that number of the 355. You can't get any lower than that, you're saying?
You could get higher. We
Well, I
could
knew higher,
have a
but-
formal internal audit committee, but we don't.
So that's the only thing that was.
We're not big enough. And we could also have, we have an audit committee. It consists of 2 people. The state auditor's idea of a formal audit committee is 4 to 6, and some of them outside the city. I don't feel the need. I think our budget and audit committee does what they need to do. They review the books. We don't need to do anything more formal than that. Our risk is so low. I don't think
I
that
was just
would
going to
help.
say, with the risk being so low, you wouldn't require that.
Yeah.
And then I thought for sure you're kidding when you said you doubled up. You really do double up.
I really do double up
No, I
on
love
a lot
that.
of them. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Yes.
That's great for us. Thank you, Brenda.
Other questions for Brenda? Okay, good job. Thank you. All right, the next is Brenda again.
Yeah, it's me. No, I'm just
That's
stand
right.
here.
Good job staying up there. Discussion on ordinance amendment adding section 3.04.095 pertaining to utility payment assistance. And Brenda and GL.
I'm going to take this. I think the preamble to this ordinance says it all. That the city is aware of households with the lowest incomes often pay a higher proportion of their household income for home utilities, including electricity, water, and sewer services. The city seeks to help promote the general health and welfare of its citizens by facilitating utility service for those who qualify for government and nonprofit assistance. So what the purpose of this ordinance is to authorize my office, the utility billing people, to waive deposits when someone is working with the road home, with the heat program, and other agencies that possibly could be helping them with utilities and to get set up into their apartments, etc. So there is nowhere else in the ordinance that allows us to waive deposits. Deposits are required by ordinance. So this allows us to do that. We won't waive them all. We don't waive a lot of them. We don't ask if they want them waived, but if they ask us, we will, and they're working with heat, or we will waive an occasional deposit. The other thing that this actually does is it allows the mayor to sign contracts to work with these agencies if they require a contract.
Who signs them now, Brenda? Sorry.
We have been allowing the mayor, but they kind of look, they're not interlocals, but they kind of look like interlocals. And you guys are the only ones authorized to do an interlocal. So, an interlocal agreement. So this just allows it, even though it's not an interlocal, but it's got some of the same feel. We just put it in the ordinance that the mayor could sign these without your. There's quite a few agencies out there who do help. Red Cross sometimes wants to help. We got the HEAT program. The HEAT program is administering 2 other programs. One's for water that we're getting ready to sign, and one is for with other CARES money or ARPA money that's coming in. So we got the rent relief people we're working with. So that's kind of what brought this.
Has there been an issue that the interlocal agreements or the council doesn't sign them, or?
No, but we try to live by the letter of the law.
I'm just trying to understand why the change and what.
So if I can jump in real quick.
Yeah, please.
What really prompted this was what Brenda said earlier, and that was the issue regarding deposits. There is a program that through the state that requires that a city waive a deposit. And because in ordinance, the city council is required deposits, and it's somewhat budget related, you could say. That's why we've come back to you to say, allow the city to waive deposits when there's already a backstop, another governmental agency or some other program that will pay the utility bill. And Brenda's right. When it comes to budgets, we come to you for interlocals like that. There are some limited circumstances where the mayor could sign, but the ordinance that we're proposing under this, it would allow us to waive it in those circumstances where it makes sense, which is when someone's going to step in and pay the bill.
They don't want to have to come to us every time.
Correct.
Thank you, Gio. Just trying to understand that. Sorry, Brenda.
That's
Thank
okay.
I'm sorry, if it was a one-time circumstance and it made sense to waive that, the mayor could do that. But where this is just a blanket, in this case, you're going to waive it for everybody in this program, it's more appropriate to come to the council for that.
Got it. That makes sense. Good question. Thank you. All right.
Any other questions? Okay. I
Okay.
think I got you back on time.
Thanks, Brenda. Okay, now number 3, discussion on the revised MCCD design guidelines. Melinda and Jared. So Jared, you'll do the presentation then. Welcome.
Okay, now is it? You're hearing it now? Okay. So thanks for having us tonight. This is just a quick presentation about the MCCD design guidelines. To repeal and replace the existing design guidelines with the proposed design guidelines. I just want to talk a little bit about that, and if you have questions as we go along, please feel free to jump in, and I'll try to be as brief as possible so we have plenty of time to discuss things after if you have those questions. First of all, this is about the design guidelines that have to do with the MCCD zone. I just wanted to make sure that's clear. It only has to do with our downtown MCCD zone. There were guidelines adopted in the previous code, and that language is still part of our newly some of the changes that we've made to the MCCD zoning, Chapter 17.170. Has to do with those guidelines, but there are still design guidelines. They have to do with the purpose statement, and we'll come back to this. I wanted to have that in case we want to refer to it, because the design guidelines are supposed to support the purpose statements and the intent of the downtown zone, the MCCD zone. But as I said, we had previous guidelines, and we need to repeal and replace those because we did change some of the language that has to do with them, and that was part of the changes that were made to the MCCD zone in 2019 anticipated that we would rewrite those design guidelines and revamp them a bit for a couple of reasons. We'll talk about those as we go. But the previous language did say that we would have them, that they were adopted, and that property located in the MCCD would be developed in conformance with the provisions set forth in the chapter and with the MCCD design guidelines. The current language is slightly different. Guidelines shall be consulted during the review of the proposed development in order to provide guidance, direction, and options which will further the stated purposes of the MCCD. Wherever practicable, the development should adhere to the objectives and principles contained in the design guidelines. And the reason we needed to look at how the guidelines were put together and how we adopted those and how they functioned is because of that language. There was some confusion created about that conformance with design guidelines and the way that the previous or the existing design guidelines are set up. They're kind of a mishmash of what we would consider guidelines and what we consider development standards. So I wanted to talk about that just really briefly before we get too far into it. Design guidelines are a set of discretionary statements where development standards are a set of thresholds. So think of it as numbers and not numbers. So design guidelines are concepts that should be followed, ideas that should be reinforced through the actions of development or through the potentials of that development, where the development standards are actual things you have to hit. I took some existing design guidelines from a couple of different codes as good examples. So these are examples of design guidelines. You'll notice the concept is development intensity, and then these are kind of examples of what they're talking about, and you have kind of these looser statements. Locate and orient buildings to respect the need for privacy, light, and air surrounding structures. Auto circulation. So this is something that you could get very specific about, but really what they say is in all of these different sort of statements, they talk about limiting the access to a site for vehicles, trying to limit the interaction with pedestrians, et cetera. Now let's look at an example of development standards from this same code. I think this is Alameda County. I can't remember. It's been a while. These are development standards, tables that tell you exactly how much lot square footage you have to do certain types of developments. Again, with respect to Accesses here, you're going to see some thresholds, 20 to 25 feet for an access as opposed to 35 or 40 feet because you want to limit that interaction with pedestrians and vehicles. So these are reinforcing those statements, those ideas, those broad concepts that are in design guidelines. What we currently have is kind of a mashup of these two types of ideas. We want to repeal that and replace it with simple guidelines that are more like these that you're seeing here. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go. The reason that all the guidelines that we started to put together that we have crafted as staff, and Zach was instrumental in doing that. He did an enormous amount of work on it. So I want to get that out of the way beforehand so I don't forget to say that. We took a look at the general plan, the concepts, the objectives, the goals, and specifically also at these 5 key initiatives in the general plan. All of those key initiatives, really, when you look at them, they all kind of have something to do with that downtown zone. One of them, in fact, is the downtown zone itself, city center district. But even the other remaining 4, they have impacts on that downtown, and those same concepts should be part of that. So we took a good look at those 5 key initiatives, and the first thing we wanted to do as an overarching part of those design guidelines that we want to propose is to develop 5 shared values that would be part of, that they would all support, that the different guidelines that we're going to propose would all support. We feel like the downtown area ought to be authentic, active, inclusive, multimodal, and connected. And in the guidelines that you can review, the actual guidelines themselves, you can read about all those different values and make sure we're on the right tack there. But looking at those things, we'll come back to this in a minute, but I did want to say just a couple of things about the guidelines. The current guidelines, as I mentioned, the existing guidelines, they are very complicated. There's a lot of tables, there's a lot of hard thresholds and things in them that we don't feel like are appropriate for guidelines. That stuff ought to be codified. So there are development standards in the MCCD zone itself. So all those things have been moved to or left in the development standards portions of those codes. And the guidelines, we wanted them to be more like some of these others that we looked at that are simple. Our goal was to make each one of them a simple, one-page, easy to kind of get your head around as you're looking at it, design. And the values that are supported would link back to that general plan like we just talked about. It would be clear about what issue was being addressed, and that we would recommend different actions to support that guideline. So with that in mind, before we get to a couple of examples, it's important to remember that the process in this downtown zone stays the same. The design guidelines are still a part of the process, and they have they occupy a specific role there, and I want to get to that. But in every case, when someone's going to develop something in the downtown zone, in the MCCD, they would have a pre-application conference with Planning Division. They'd have an application for design review approval, and that project, that application would get reviewed and recommended by the MCCD Review Committee, and then that design review approval would have to be looked at by the Planning Commission in a public meeting. It's a public process for every development there. The Planning Commission for those developments has a standard of review that's written into the changes that we made in the MCCD zone. They need to review that project and make sure that these things happen, that the project's in conformance with the current general plan, that it's in conformance with any specific area plans that we might have for that area, that it conforms to the requirements of those sections of the land use ordinance, so those development standards of 17.170, that it doesn't jeopardize the public health, safety, or welfare, and finally, that it's in harmony with the purpose of the MCCD zone and that it adheres to the principles of the design guidelines. So there aren't going to be hard thresholds in those guidelines, but there are going to be concepts and ideas that we need to be able to say, yes, it's doing these kinds of things, or it's at least considered these issues. With that said, the guidelines as we've proposed them are broken up into kind of 4 big parts. There are some guidelines that are applicable district-wide, all throughout the whole district. Some that are, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you go back to the considered part
Yes.
when you were just talking about, you said at least being considered?
Mhm.
How do you quantify that? How do you know that, it's been considered? And
Sure.
because you have that also in the guidelines, and I wonder, it seems very insipid. I mean, it seems just, considered. Well, maybe you consider this, but
Right.
yeah. And
No, that's a great question. So
and
let me
it's something that's very important.
let me go back, and we can talk about it when we get to slides that have some of our guidelines in them too. But just if I really quickly look at the guidelines here, for example, if we're looking at a project, if we're considering a development proposal, and by we, I mean the Planning Division when we first meet with them, the MCCD Review Committee, and then the Planning Commission. If one of our issues is, for example, if one of our guidelines were this access to auto circulation and site access, driveways, and we looked at that guideline and said, well, one of these things says, for example, this first item, minimize the number of entrances and exits to parking areas in order to minimize conflicts with pedestrians, reduce congestions at street intersections, and preserve existing on-street parking. Now, there's no number in there that says you can have 2, or you can have 5, or you can have 6. That would all depend on the size of the project and the necessity of different accesses. We might have situations where fire department and city engineering want another access where we could get away with just one if there weren't public safety considerations. But if we had 6 different accesses and we really don't need them, we can look at that and say, as a principle, you're supposed to be reducing these, and we don't feel like you're doing that. So we use that design guideline to up front start to modify plans so that it makes sense when it gets to the Planning Commission. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
I know. So that kind of thing you'll see throughout design guidelines. There's not a hard number to look at, but you can at least look at it and say, you're clearly missing the mark on this. You don't need 4 entrances to this project. And just wanting them is not enough. We need to minimize, what are you doing to minimize impacts or collisions between or intersections of pedestrians and vehicles? Because that's one of the principles.
So are they suggestions?
I'd say they're more than suggestions. They're guidelines.
I mean, I hope so.
They are,
But I'm-
they're discretionary statements,
Yeah.
but they support those threshold requirements. So where it's really important, for example, okay, so we have a couple of things like that. We have block length as a development standard that says block length should be limited in the MCCD zone now, wherever it's possible, to 300 feet. And where you can't actually have an intersection of 2 roads at 300 feet, at least there should be a break in the building or a crosswalk installed, or you should provide for something that lets that block not be more than 300 feet long in effect. That's a development standard. But it's also a principle and guidelines too, that block length is the best thing to limit, and wherever possible, we should be.
So,
create
Jared,
shorter blocks.
if I can say that we've got policies and then we have guidelines, and this is falling under the guidelines, not a policy. Okay.
Sure. So you're gonna have to be able to interpret more broadly with the guidelines, where the standards are going to be pretty clear. The guidelines are going to be a little more interpretable.
So as of right now, the guidelines are a little bit more strict, is what you're saying?
Yeah, there are sections of the code there were things that were clearly intended to be code, or they're really written like development standards, and they were put in the guidelines, which are not, and then the language for them is not quite clear in conformance with the provisions set forth in the chapter and with the MCCD design guidelines. But guidelines are industry-wide a set of discretionary statements. So how can it be discretionary if it's then a threshold in your design guidelines? They should have been codified if that was the case. So that's what we view that as a correction that needed to be made.
Okay.
Let me get to good questions. Thank you. So here we go. There are some of these guidelines are applicable through the whole district. Some of them pertain to the public spaces and streetscapes. There are more that pertain to development sites themselves, and then even more for architectural considerations. So I've got just a couple of examples of each kind of those in the slides here. We're going to start with district-wide, and I believe we're talking about sustainability as the main concept here. So sustainability, and as an example, for our development standards for sustainability in section 17-170-080, that's in the chapter. So these are now not guidelines, but the actual standards. We don't have third-party requirements, but public buildings are supposed to be designed to comply with high-performance building standards. That's a threshold to meet. We have a section that allows for the city to provide for incentives if people do get third-party certifications. We largely focus on water conservation. There are a lot of things about what kind of fixtures you use, et cetera. And then doing LID, low-impact development standards. And then this is sustainable development principles and goals are recommended as standards and design guidelines. So let me move on to Guideline 3. Sustainability has these kinds of statements and suggestions in it. And lots of them mirror some of those things. You're going to see low-impact development in here. We want to make sure that they're doing low-impact development wherever they can. Provide systems that reduce water use, design functional stormwater features as amenities. So there's ways to do all of that, and these are guidelines. Where you can do this on your project, we want to see these things happening. Public spaces and streetscapes. We're going to talk about streetscapes a little bit. In our streetscape guidelines, we talk about having street trees on all developments and having those ordered to kind of create a visual corridor for people, for pedestrian pathways, broad sidewalks, weather-protected seating. These should all be things that are contained within or considered by the development. Wayfinding signage and lighting. What we don't have are numbers. Now, there are actually some numbers that are in the development standards. They say this many benches, this much street furniture per 100 feet of frontage or 300 feet. I forget what we actually wrote. But this then supports that. It says you need to be considering this throughout. And there are a few standards and thresholds you do have to meet. But beyond that, there are these other things to consider. The development site. I think we're talking about open space. So there are others, of course, circulation, and we talked about circulation from somebody else's standards, but we have our own circulation considerations in the guidelines. Parking, other things as well, but we just want to talk about, just as an example, open space. So our guideline says you should ensure opportunities for parks and open space opportunities in new developments. There are different development standards that could be led to from that, but it needs to be a consideration, of course. We have rules about how many amenities you have to provide and how many of them have to be outdoors if you're going to do different things. Provide seating throughout sites. Now that's different. We have rules about benches, but we don't, as a general rule, I'm going to get the inches wrong, but if it's, what is it, Zach? If it's 18 inches, people will sit on it, something like that. So try to design your projects that way. If there's landscape planners that can be done with 18 inches, then you're providing seating throughout, and you can point to that as, if you're the developer, you can use that and point to it and say, we're really trying to do this with your open space. Anywhere we have possibilities, we're creating seating, that kind of thing. And then to avoid private open spaces. Now, there's going to be projects. There's always going to be some private open space on projects, but wherever it's possible, we like them to be accessible from the public, especially in a district like the downtown. Parking. So we did 2 guidelines from this one, the parking guidelines. Designs need to promote sharing larger parking areas among multiple users. So we do the same kind of thing they're talking about in that previous guideline from Santa Barbara or Alameda County, wherever it was that I showed you, where you're trying to minimize the intersection of pedestrian activity and vehicle activity, right? So it's not always going to be possible, but wherever we can, we want to push people in that direction. Bike racks close to building entrances, providing distinctions between the primary parking entrances and service entrances, the back of house functions. They ought to be clearly different. Architectural considerations in the design guidelines to think about. Designing for potential. So ground floors, including even parking areas where they're allowed, need to be designed with conversion potential for commons or for commercial space. So we actually have a development standard that says you got to do a 12-foot ground floor commercial. So this guideline seems maybe a little bit redundant, but it also includes looking at upper floors of parking garages and making those potentially convertible for office or residential uses in the future. If somebody decides going forward that they want to convert that parking garage, have we looked at the heights in those parking garages? Or are they too crunched to be used that way? What kind of space could they be converted into? So that we have designs for the future as well. So designing for potential is a guideline. You can't put a whole lot of thresholds on that. You can't put a whole lot of hard numbers on that. But we want people to be thinking about it. So in some cases, it's just a guidepost, like it says in the purpose statement, providing options for people and suggestions for people. Guideline 15, fenestration and porosity. So fenestration is an example of fenestration are these windows. We like clear glass. We have a threshold, a design standard that says clear glass on ground floors. And that's to provide this kind of fenestration where people walking by feel like they're part of that development, where they're not cut off from it. They're not separated from it completely, even though they may not be in there, but you feel like you're part of what's going on. Porosity is the kind of thing we're talking about with breaking up those blocks, allowing for developments not to be a solid wall of no access, but there should be vehicle access or pedestrian access or some kind of porosity where we can provide that. So that's a concept we want to look for in our designs as well. I did want to talk about historic preservation just really quickly. This was something that we presented to the Planning Commission. I should have mentioned that the Planning Commission reviewed this in November of 2020 and recommended approval, but we'll talk about that in a moment as well. Because it was closer to the 2019 changes that were made, we wanted to talk about historic preservation. In our previous MCCD development standards and in the guidelines, there was a lot of language deterring, that was kind of the deterrent approach to historic preservation. The list of significant properties, demolition allowed with only specific approvals, a lot of things down here. The development agreement was tough. These are big deterrents for any demolition or modification of historic buildings. In 2019, that approach was changed, and we went to an incentive-based approach for historic preservation. Application and permit fees can get waived for developers who are willing to renovate historically significant buildings, things like that. So there's not a historic preservation guideline. That was a question the Planning Commission asked, and that's why I wanted to make that clear. You won't see one in the guidelines. There's historic preservation information in the development standards, and it's just this incentive language. the Planning Commission did, after their review in November, recommend forward recommendation to the council of approval for these guidelines. We did make some findings with the Planning Commission. Those are all still relevant. Nothing about that has changed. And we are recommending, or we will be recommending, that the City Council approve the text amendment to repeal the existing guidelines and replace them with what we have proposed. You should all have access to what we've proposed. And I'd encourage you to look them over if you can and call us with any questions. We talk about them all day if you want. So, you have any questions for?
Don't encourage me to call you.
No
Can
problem.
you go to the slide before the findings?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Right here.
The one.
One before that.
One more back. The findings.
Sorry. So on findings.
Sorry, findings.
Got it. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I know that was quick, so if you have questions, please feel free.
Doug?
So this is a question for Jared, but I think it pertains to the discussion that we just had, and I just think it would be interesting to know what the answer would be. So in light of the previous meeting with GL Sherman from Girding, or from Eland, saying that they would be willing to make changes to the design of the project, Block 1, which is of course located within the MCCD. And they also indicated that if the city council was willing to change the ordinance for the MCCD to allow, for example, a shorter building or things like that, that they would be open to all of those kinds of things. So my question now, Jared, which I hadn't thought of before, was if there were to be changes in the MCCD ordinance affecting things like height or density or massing or whatever the case is, would that have a domino effect and then require changes in the design guidelines, or are the design guidelines as you've written tonight or presented tonight flexible enough that any changes in the MCD wouldn't make a difference?
The kinds of changes that you mentioned are all hard thresholds that are just in the code, and that's the reason we wanted to separate those out of the design guidelines to start with. So the short answer is no. It wouldn't affect them. They're broadly written enough that there's nothing in them that I'm aware of that would be affected or need to be changed as a result of making some changes to massing or height or things like that in the MCCD code itself.
Thank you, Diane. My next question is, what would I heard you say that the Planning Commission would then approve these? So would we remove the MCCD board?
No.
The commission?
No. Let me go.
It would still go through that process.
Still go through that process. So the MCCD review committee is still in place and would remain in place. So they would any application, in spite of changes to the guidelines, would still go through that body as well. They'd just be reviewing it by the guidelines here instead of the guidelines that are currently existing.
So as is, the MCCD review committee could approve a project that was just approved where the old first ward was right. So a 7-story building with 130 units. That's something that could, within these changes, could happen in the future.
Yeah,
or
the height's
something
not
taller or something shorter or.
Height's not really treated by this.
Okay.
So
that's within the code.
Right.
Thank
that's
you.
a development
I'm just
standard.
making sure we understand.
Yeah. No, there's really nothing about the height in the design guidelines. That we view that as a development standard. It needs a hard threshold, so it's all in the code.
So with the incentives of the historical part, it's just an incentive of you don't have to pay the application fee.
Right.
And how much would the application fee be?
Well, we actually could waive building permit fees, development application fees, and those can add up. I couldn't tell you how much. It depends on the project.
Could you give me like a ballpark?
They can be $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 sometimes.
Okay, that's good to know. I don't know.
It can be greater than that too. We've had some
just if they were to restore that? Oh, you mean for the new building? Okay. Okay.
So those fees ostensibly, if they wanted to try to keep a historic.
So that could be an incentive for a developer to come in and say, hey, is there any other incentives? I mean, the one thing I keep hearing over and over again from citizens is, what are the incentives for businesses to come to Murray? What type of incentives do you have? And I never thought about that until we became business owners. And it's true. What are the incentives?
Right.
What would as a business owner, why would I want to go to Murray? And do we have anything set up like that? Is that something we could put in this?
Not in the zoning code per se. I mean, it's the incentives for historic preservation make sense, but the other stuff you're talking about is really economic development stuff, and I would defer to Melinda on that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I wasn't sure how that would play within this.
So for this purposes, there's really two incentives that have been set up that pertain to the MCCD. We have a potential incentive for sustainable projects that's in code. And then the second incentive would be if somebody chose to keep a historic building, that building permit fee waiver could possibly be an incentive. Anything else above and beyond that is regulated through the state. Most incentives for businesses are provided through the state, not through a local government. And in Murray, traditionally, the only incentives that we have provided for businesses really have been through the development process with the RDA and project areas and development agreements.
Thank you, Melinda.
I wanted to add something too, because I did listen to the RDA meeting today, and when we were developing these design guidelines, as you go through them and look at some of the photos, I would really encourage you to look at some of those. There are a significant amount that were actually taken, because I tried to use local examples when appropriate. I didn't want to go use national things for design guidelines. I wanted something local. So I did use items like Holidays Town Center and the 9th and Main type area. I used a lot of those photos in the development of those and to inform those design guidelines. So I wanted you guys to kind of be aware of that too, that we are looking at that and encouraging that kind of stuff in these design guidelines as well.
I think that's great. And as I look at the introduction, I mean, what this really synthesizes what our citizens want. I mean, you look at that, and that's all the things that they're asking for. And so, I just want to make sure we can actually give them that.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's some really good things in this document. So I'm just wondering how we can make that happen.
Well, I think it's the process. It's bringing people in first and going through the process and being supportive but hard-nosed about the kinds of principles that are in there and saying this is what we expect to kind of see. But there's no other way to do it other than to bring them in and process the applications. But yeah, we have a good I feel like we have a good process set up. We really put a lot into the design guidelines that are here, hoping to make something that would make a lot of sense and still provide that guidance and support the standards that we have. We feel like it could be a really great downtown. Absolutely. I should have mentioned too that we have these on the website for view, right, Zach? These are they're on the MCCD page on our city website. The existing ones are there and the proposed ones are there. So Zach's quickly checking the website to make sure I'm not lying. But yeah, they should be available.
I knew that's exactly what he was doing. I can't even see the computer, but there's a mirror. I can see that.
Yep, no problem. But yeah,
Zach.
Yeah, the guy in the chair. So, but yeah, they're available for view, and I really hope you have a chance to read through them. There's some good stuff in there, and if we need to tweak things, we're happy to look at that. So let us know.
This is up for next council meeting?
I think we have it on regular agenda next, or
No,
I don't think we've scheduled it.
When is it?
We
You
haven't
haven't.
set
That's
it.
okay. That's good. because I'm thinking I need to, there's a lot of things to go over, and you keep saying like, I hope you look at it. Yeah, we're definitely looking at it. So, but
Take your time and look at it.
yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thanks, Jared.
Look at it, drive around with it, and all that kind of.
That's Cindy. Cindy will help me do that.
Next question, why the change? If you can kind of discuss why we want to change it. I know there are updates. I know we've
Yeah.
kind of talked off.
The main reason and the first reason is really just, sorry, I got to zip back to it. The real reason and the real, not the real reason, but the principle, the impetus behind making the change was that in the amendments that we made in 2019, one of the things that we corrected was this language about developing things in conformance with the MCCD design guidelines. You can't, because there's no threshold to meet in a guideline, how do you not arbitrarily say you've met this or not met it? You can't really. It needs to stay a guideline. So we wanted to change that language first off, but we didn't have guidelines written that didn't have thresholds and standards written into them either. So we, as a necessity, because of that change of language that we made in 2019, it was assumed and talked about in the meeting that we needed to, as a follow-up to this, adjust the design guidelines and revamp them to remove those standards and thresholds from them and make them true guidelines. So that's really the impetus behind it, just to match this language and make it work. Yeah, please. Zach, I'd like to speak to that.
Jared, real quick, you kid about that, and I'm serious about that. Well, I bet we'd all like to do that. What you just said, drive around.
Oh, and I'm not
kidding. with you. And I'm very serious about that.
I'm not a great driver.
Well, I don't know about your driving, but
My license is current right now. I'm not a
Melinda gave me a thumbs up. Yeah, no kidding.
So-
two at a time.
To specifically address your comment, Councilwoman Dominguez. So I was looking through some of the old, or the current, I should say, the current design guidelines, and for example, there are things in here stating that we need to conform with LEED neighborhood development standards. That any project that comes forward should be LEED certified, pretty much, and that's just not in our code anymore. When we changed the code in 2019, we've removed that, requiring that we encourage it, but we don't require it. So there's this kind of conflict in these current design guidelines. Another example, see if I can find it real quick.
Can we require it?
In the code, yes. In design guidelines,
We used to,
we used to back in the code. We
but then we changed it
correct.
to what we thought would make more sense.
Correct.
But also had as high a standard.
Exactly. Yeah. And just another example, it was actually in the historic preservation section, that this, I'm going to read this word for word. 2A2, avoid added conjunctural historic features. Significant historic resources will remain a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historic development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, should be avoided. And I know that those are some things that we're looking at. And so I think there's a lot of conflict between the current code and the current guidelines. And I think these new guidelines help to simplify that a little bit better.
Would you read that again? I'm sorry. I'm trying to process that.
I lost the...
Can you show it? Don't you have it up there?
It's plenary talk.
Show it to us, yeah.
I know, that's why I'm trying to process it.
So yeah, it says significant historic resources will remain a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historic development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, should be avoided. That's a current guideline.
Huh. Interesting. I think you're right. I think we really need to process this and meet as a council. And
Yeah,
anyone else have that need, or you guys?
Yes, definitely. I'm concerned that I don't know why it was delayed from November to now, but to have this initial conversation with the council,
Well, it was initially, I think, I don't know why it was initially delayed, but when the moratorium was put in place, we decided to push this back another 6 months too, because there was really no sense in moving forward with the guidelines if we were changing the code, and potentially
point.
there could have been some changes in the code that would have impacted the guidelines. So, I mean, I think this was actually heard by the Planning Commission last November. And so by the time we would have had it in front of the committee of the whole, as we normally would have, it would have been, I think we just, when we knew the moratorium was happening, we just postponed it. Jared and
Thank
Zach
you.
can only juggle so many things at once.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. So shall we kind of put this on hold, and does that work for the rest of the council? You guys are okay with that? All right. Okay. Okay, we'll put this on hold and schedule further educating or whatever, and make sure we understand it really well, because I'm a little confused by parts of it, and it sounds like I'm not the only one. So anyway, okay?
Okay. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. And as we said before, if you have any questions, please feel free to call us. And if you want to set up the driving tour, we'll do it. I'll start getting a playlist together now, just in case.
You make me nervous, Jared.
Awesome.
Melinda
Now
acted like she
remember
knows
what
you're
you
not a good
promised.
driver.
We can always drive our own cars and meet there, so no pressure.
All right, great. Thanks, you guys. Announcements. Jennifer. No announcements. Wow. We are adjourned. Thank you.
All right, it's 6:30. We'd like to welcome you to our city council meeting today. Thanks for being here. Not quite the crowd we had at the RDA. All council members are here. Mayor, GL, Brooke, everyone. Thank you for all being here. I have asked Zach, you have no idea, Zach, how close I came to saying Clark. And I'll explain that later. His last name is Smallwood. Okay, Zach Smallwood is going to lead us in our pledge. Thanks, Zach, for doing that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you doing that for us. Okay. Next, we have two council meeting minutes to approve. We have August 24th, 2021, and our council meeting from September 7th, 2021. Are there any comments or corrections on those? If there are not, we'll ask for a motion, or if there is.
Can I approve both of them at the
You
same
betcha,
time?
absolutely.
I'll make a motion to approve August 24th, 2021 council meeting notes or minutes and September 7th, 2021.
I'll second.
2021, sorry.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, I guess I should say. All right, thank you. All right, we have our special recognition, and I'd like to invite Amy Lambert up, if she would come up with Karen Gallegos from our courts, and I'll be presenting that. You're laughing at GL? Well, GL, how do you like that? She's about the fifth person today that said that. I'm laughing at GL. Do you get that a lot? I love it, Karen. That's awesome. Well, we are excited to be able to present this to Amy. Amy has been with the city for 10 years? 10 years on Halloween. Never forget your date starting, huh? That's awesome. Well, we're excited. We'll let Karen tell us a little bit more about Amy, but from the council, we started this program about 8 years ago or so, and we employee of the month is Amy Lambert, and we will put your name back on the plaque there, and here's a certificate from the council. Thank you. And more importantly than anything, that $50 gift card. You betcha. And then we'll hand this off to you too. But Amy, we just want to tell you we appreciate all that you do, and as a council, we really appreciate our employees. We've been really lucky, blessed to have great employees, and so we just want to recognize you. And we'll, without further ado, we'll let Karen go ahead and introduce you a little more. Come on over here, Karen. I'm gonna let you have the mic. All right, thank you. We'll just give her a little hand there.
I don't need that. I'm very loud. Sorry. Amy hates this. I just want you to know, so I'm going to make this short and sweet. She quietly sat at her desk for 10 years, and I said, Amy, you've never been picked, and you keep telling me no, and this time we're going to do it since I got roped into it. And so I almost had you. She almost had me. Yeah, I have. No, you haven't. But Amy's a joy to work with. She's really good. She's thorough. We have a lot of fun at the court. And it's very nice working with her. So,
Amy, we would like to have you say a few words. No, you don't have to say anything? Okay, well, just wave to everyone then, I guess. Look at that. Was that quick? I love it. I really opened that door for her to just wave, didn't I?
No, it's been a joy working for Murray. I don't know. Being here for 10 years, it's gone by really quick. It's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of changes, especially over the pandemic. It's been rough, but it's good, and we're getting along, and it's a good thing. So we're doing what we can.
Awesome. You want to say something?
Amy, I just I just want to say congratulations and thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it.
When someone says, and anybody can say whatever, but when someone says it's been a lot of fun, that makes me happy because I think you have to have fun to work. I mean, really, with as much goes on, and you're here a lot of the time, and so to have fun, in my opinion, work hard but play hard. So that's awesome. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you again. All right. Thanks, Amy. Okay. Thanks, Karen. Look, Karen's not sitting back down. You can tell she's leaving. I love it. Oh, did you hear Karen? Did you hear Karen say she's sorry? I don't buy that. Oh, thank you. We're lucky to have great employees like that. Thank you. All right. Next we have on our agenda is citizen comments, and this will be for 3 minutes. Anybody can come up and address the council, please, and if you're going to speak, 3 minutes, and then we'll just have you fill out a form that Jennifer has right here for you. So is anyone here for citizen comments? Welcome, Janice. You laugh. I can't.
But anyway, I just want to thank you guys for all you've done today in really dissecting a lot of things about RDA and the proposed project, and for the design guidelines. And I just, since it's all fresh in our minds, I wanted to just share with you a couple thoughts. I think one of the things that we've experienced as a result of the open house and the online feedback is how valuable that is to have when discussing projects, when discussing development of projects. So if there's a way that we can look at how that can be implemented into the process, instead of like at the end of the road, like it felt like could have been the situation with this proposed project. I mean, it would have saved the developer a lot of time. It would have saved the citizens getting on board a lot sooner. So when there's an ability, and we recognize now that the citizens really want to have some input. They want to, discuss this. So some kind of an open forum. I think what was brought up by Jill about citizens committee is a very valuable thing. And then when talking about the design guidelines, one of the things I brought up to Jared when we talked about this before is that sadly, and these design guidelines are just dealing with Murray City Center District downtown. They're not dealing with any other part of the city. And sadly, we have a bunch of built environment in downtown. And the design guidelines are not really addressing the built environment and what can be done, or the suggestions that can be given for those owners of those built buildings to be more enhancing for the community, to be more of value to them and to the businesses that would want to be there. And so I really think that that's missing something if we don't address what we can do to help provide some ideas to the built environment of our downtown. And then, so, how can we help revitalize the buildings? What suggestions can we give for those buildings? Because so many of the suggestions that were given were things based on new development. So what suggestions can we give for revitalizing buildings? Then, as we saw with the way that I'm understanding things are working right now in the MCCD, if a project meets all the zoning ordinances and isn't, now that we've got the new mixed use in place, if it isn't of a larger parcel of land, then all that's required for an approval of a building in the MCCD is for it to go to design review and them to provide their suggestions and have it go either get redone a little bit, and then and then they look at it again, and then it goes to the planning commission. And if it meets all of the zoning ordinances and it gets approved at the planning commission, we're talking about downtown developments. I'm asking that this get reconsidered, and that downtown developments the city council should be able to have a say about downtown developments, because that's what's happened with the Vine Apartments. It got approved at the planning commission, and then it's an over and done with thing because it met all the ordinances. I think the city council would have liked to have had some input about a development like that in their downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Any other citizen comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. We'll close that part of the meeting, and there's no consent agenda. We'll move right to our two public hearings. Our first, considering an ordinance amending section 17.48.120 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to temporary signs. And Zach Smallwood is presenting.
Thank you, Councilman Hales. I appreciate that. So this is a text amendment to amend the temporary sign ordinance. Currently, temporary signs requires an application, approval, and permit from the Community and Economic Development Division or Department. Sorry, excuse me. Also, allow temporary signs up to 90 days. However, there is a conflicting language saying in this bottom section, 17.48.130, that signs that do not require a permit. So there's some conflicting language there, and we're trying to clean that up. Hold on. This, because I forgot my notes. So temporary signs are typically what you see: grand opening signs, coming soon, political signs. As we kind of talked about in the committee of the whole a couple weeks ago, this all kind of came about because of a Supreme Court case, Reed versus the town of Gilbert, where cities are not allowed to regulate content on signs. So we did a massive rewrite of the zone or of the sign code, and it looks like this may just have got missed, this conflicting language. The city recorder brought up that during the campaign season, do they need to get a permit for their political signs? And we had conflicting language. So we are also, one of the things that we're asking to remove is this temporary sticker idea. As you can see kind of on the graphics here, we were requiring a temporary sticker, but we can't find a vendor that can adhere that and be waterproof. It's just not feasible. So the proposed changes, no application or permit would be required. No tracking with stickers, obviously. And then clearly state that signs are not allowed in the public right-of-way or placed on public property. In the committee of the whole, we kind of discussed that if they're there, code enforcement, namely Mark Boren, would go out and get those and take them back to our office, and we would contact the political or whoever owns the sign, and we would get in touch with them. So the Planning Commission did vote 6-0 to recommend approval of these changes. So we are we and the Planning Commission recommend approval of section 17.48.120 temporary signs in the land use ordinance. One thing I did want to bring up, Councilwoman Turner, you brought up the length of time. And today I decided to kind of go through some other cities just to kind of get an idea of what they had as well, because I know you had specifically brought that up. So Midvale, for example, I only did four cities. Midvale allows for 3 months. Holiday allows 30 days for temporary signs. South Salt Lake is 21 days with a total of 63 per year. Mill Creek allows up to 6 months, and then West Jordan is 60 days. Taylorsville, I looked through their sign ordinance, but I couldn't find anything regarding the length on temporary signs. So, any questions or anything I can answer for you guys at this time?
I still have that concern.
Sure.
And would like to change it to 180 days, so we make
Perfect.
sure that we go through the primary. If there's a political sign, that we can go through the primary and as well as the general
Sure.
election. So
Okay.
That would be my.
So that would be on all signs then, all temporary
Yeah,
signs?
all temporary
Okay.
signs.
Has to-
Yeah,
has
it
to
has
follow
to be all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Any other questions for Zach?
So I'm assuming that would change if we want it to be 180 days. Do we just add that into the motion?
Just into
Jim?
the motion, yeah.
Okay. Just understand.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Zach? Okay. Thanks, Zach. Okay, we'll open this up for citizen comments. Are there any comments regarding the temporary sign ordinance? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. Any questions to discuss or motion?
Okay. I will make a motion, and GL, tell me if this is okay, that we move to adopt an ordinance amending section 17.48.120 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to temporary signs and recommend the change from 90 to 180 days.
Did you say recommended?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said
Just
that.
change. That's fine.
Okay.
Get it? Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Brooke?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Zach. All right, next public hearing is to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 17.78 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units. Zach Smallwood. I love it how Melinda nods her head just at me. And I'm good, Melinda, to follow, see? All right, thanks, Zach.
Yeah, no problem. So this is a request to amend the text for 17.78, the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So why are we here this evening is mostly from the state. The state legislature passed House Bill 82, which is an attempt to help with affordable housing in the city. The state legislature sees accessory dwelling units as an opportunity to allow for additional affordable housing. This bill requires that every city allow attached ADUs by right, prohibits cities from limiting the size of the actual ADU, and prohibits cities from requiring more than one parking space for those attached ADUs. Just a little bit of history. The Murray City Council approved ADUs back in 2009, and since then we've approved about 67 of those. That doesn't seem like a lot really at face value, but a lot of people haven't necessarily come through the formal process. They were just built, and so those kind of exist as they are. Let's see. And you can see I've provided this little graph that kind of shows you 2018 was our biggest year where we had 13, and those were going to the planning commission. So it was about every other planning commission, we at least had one ADU. So it was pretty crazy that year. So ADUs kind of defined. There are two main types of ADUs that we're talking about here. There are the attached, which is on your left-hand side, which means it's somehow incorporated into the house, either as an extension of the main floor or above an attached garage or second level or even in a basement, as opposed to detached, which is wholly separated from the building. It is, yeah, that's all I really have to say about that. It's detached from the building. So, so like I kind of mentioned from House Bill 82 and in the new proposed code, we are removing the size limitation where it used to be 1,000 square feet or 40% of the main dwelling, whichever is less. I actually think this is going to be a good thing. We do have a lot of small homes in Murray that are only 600-700 square feet, and they would like to do ADUs. And I was unfortunately had to tell them, sorry, you can't do more than 200 square feet for your ADU. And so this is going to be, I think, kind of a welcome change. We removed the allowed number of bedrooms. That was another thing the state required. Reduced the parking to just one additional. So that does mean that All single family homes are required to have 2 off-street parking spaces. So this would be a third off-street parking space that they would have to be required to have. And then would be allowed. This is one thing that's outside of the state mandate, but allowed in any single family dwelling where single family is allowed as a permitted use. So for example, in a multifamily like the RM15 zone, it allows for single family homes. So we're saying that you can have an ADU in there where before you weren't allowed to have an ADU, but you could build a duplex. So it just made more sense that way to allow ADUs in those zones as well. So detached ADUs, there are only very small changes. Most of the requirements stay the same. You're required to have a 12,000 square foot lot. Like I mentioned, the size limit, 1,000 square feet or 40% of the main dwelling. No more than 2 bedrooms and 2 additional off-street parking spaces. We also, I apologize, I didn't mention this in the attached ones, but we were changing the detached and attached from a conditional use permit to a staff level review. That helps cut out some of that red tape and get people getting into these and working on these a little bit more. The Planning Commission was very in favor of that. They had asked for us to look into, because they become pretty much just forms. Our staff reports were just the exact same thing, just with very small changes in them.
Hey, Zach?
Yeah.
On the detached, pardon me, you still have just one service for power and gas and everything. It all
Yes.
goes through the same meter.
Yep, that's how we differentiate from a duplex and an ADU, is that the ADU does have to have connect to the main house for all its utilities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So short-term rentals and post-planning commission changes, we kind of talked about this briefly at the committee of the whole. We are asking that, wow, excuse me, I've just lost my train of thought, that the proposed ordinance be reflect the penalties for the short-term rentals, because the Planning Commission did recommend denial of the short-term rental ordinance, so we're not sure how that's going to go in the future. So instead of leaving that up to chance, we thought we'd put it into the actual code. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, GL, but I think that was updated in the ordinance that was drafted for the for this. Yeah. Okay. So an accessory dwelling unit permit, we are going to require an application form, site plans, and floor plans, and affidavits acknowledging that they're going to be living in either the primary dwelling or the accessory dwelling, and that they also will not be renting out a portion of it as a short-term rental. Again, this would be a staff level administrative permit, not requiring Planning Commission approval. Staff findings, it calls out specifically to support ADUs in the general plan. We think that this is going forward and helping kind of make it easier for people to do that. Encourage housing and life cycle housing for people. And let's see. And then also the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to 4 to positive recommendation. So with that, we are recommending that the council adopt the proposed modifications and approve the proposed text amendment for Chapter 17.78. Any questions I can answer so far?
Questions for that?
Yeah, with the ADUs, we do have owner occupied, right?
Yes. Yeah, that will not be changing.
Okay, good.
I love it. Spoiler alert.
Yes.
I caught that.
Yes.
Any other questions for Zach?
Just the same question I had at the committee of the whole. Just kind of explain the differences between ADUs and short-term rentals.
Sure. So yeah, I apologize. Thank you for reminding me. So an ADU is meant for more than 30 days. We're encouraging people to have that additional unit to be used longer than 30 days, where short-term rentals are specifically less than 30 days in nature, typically hosted on Airbnb sites, VRBO, things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Zach.
I just want to say, Melinda sent me an email. Thank you, getting back to me about a question I had at Committee of the Whole about was there any downsides or complications of allowing ADUs to have separate addresses, and there were none found. So when you're ready to make a motion, I would just like to include an amendment to the proposed ordinance that they can have separate addresses.
Okay, we'll discuss that after, and we will now open this up. Thank you, Kat. We'll now open this up for citizen comments. Thank you.
I've discussed with Jared Hall about
Will
the
you give us your name?
Catherine Litchfield.
Thank you.
I'm a Murray citizen, and the 12,000 square foot rule only allows a handful of ADUs in Murray. He said there are just a handful of lots that are 12,000 square feet. And I, for one, live on 0.22 or 0.23 acres. That doesn't qualify. Just the Mill Creek City is just dealing with this, and I went to their meeting there, and they had the 12,000 square foot recommendation from the Planning Commission, but they reduced it to 8,000 square feet so that citizens would have more opportunity, more citizens would have more opportunity to participate. And I think that that's really critical, and I will be, lobbying some way if that doesn't get considered because, and if you ask Jared, I think you can count on one hand the number of lots that would qualify is what he said. So I don't really understand that. And then I have a question I hope that I would like to have dealt with is the tiny homes versus the ADUs. The tiny home, does it slot into a RV category where it can be parked there and lived in for a short term, a long term? A tiny home is on wheels. When does it happen to become an ADU? Do you have to put it on blocks? I just don't know if tiny homes have been addressed at all because that's sort of the trend. If you go online, all the YouTubes, all these little tiny homes, which are great. And actually, I support them because their design requirements are very tight. They have to be about 3 meters they always give it in meters, 3 meters and like 8.5 feet wide. They have to be able to travel on the roads. Whereas, so in a way, a tiny home is a nice design requirement, a nice design spec. I don't think it exceeds any of the design specs of ADUs. But I'm just confused as to how does that fit in? Can one be pulled in and put on blocks, or is it like an RV? I don't really understand. I don't know what the codes are for living in an RV either. So that's a question that I think hasn't been addressed by a lot of cities. But I'm mostly concerned about the requirements being extended to 8,000 square feet. And so it will be available because it's supposed to help families increase their income and make their family arrangements. And we're really not offering anything to anyone at 12,000. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll address that. Is that okay? After. Okay. Thank you. Any more citizen comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the citizen comments, and then Zach, thank you for addressing that.
So just regarding the 12,000 square foot, there are a number of properties that would qualify for that, both in the A1 zone and in our single family zones. And to be completely frank, we have looked at reducing that size, but we wanted to keep the current ADU ordinance as streamlined and as close to the HB 82 language as possible. There was additional ADU changes that we want to make in the future, and that was one of them, is to reduce that size. So that's entirely up to the council if you want to take that up now under advisement for those detached ADUs. Also, tiny homes. Tiny homes are definitely they're a big trend, and it's something that a lot of people, we get probably a couple questions about it every month, just people wanting to do it, and we don't really have an avenue for that at this point. We require that houses be on foundations, which is kind of I can't say the word, never mind. I don't know why I try big words. I have a master's degree, but I can't say big words. So yeah. So it's definitely something that we would like to look into a little bit more, is how we can facilitate tiny homes on projects, especially as potentially ADUs as well. So that's kind of my response to that. Any questions or anything?
Any questions for that?
Just to follow up with that. So when people call in with questions, what is the answer today of can I have a tiny house as either an RV or an ADU on my property?
The large answer is no.
Just no. Okay.
It's mostly no, because we require that houses be on foundations. So if they're on wheels, they would fall under kind of, we have a mobile home zone, and those are just in 2 specific areas where
Right.
there are mobile home communities. So
When tiny homes are put on a foundation, do they then become, I mean, so my aunt just got one to live in my
Sure.
cousin's backyard.
Sure.
Awesome. She lives somewhere else. It's definitely not nearby in somewhere. But they had a cement pad that they took the wheels off and chonked it on there. Is that now on a foundation, or is it just adjacent to foundation?
That's a great question. That's going to get more into building code.
Okay, sorry.
Than I really understand. But in essence, yes, if it were on a foundation like that, we don't care if it's unless it's exceeding that 1,000 square feet or 40%.
Okay.
If it's less than that and it's on a foundation, then we really don't mind. And as long as it meets the regular development requirements.
So that's just something we need to build into our code a little bit more clearly
Yes.
going forward.
Yep.
Okay. So similarly, if the 8,000 square foot parameters is something that maybe we were going to transition towards anyway as a proposal, is there a reason not to do so tonight to make it more immediately accessible?
If that's something that the council feels comfortable with doing, I know that staff, I think we would support. GL looks like he's ready.
Could I address that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
The reason for this change tonight is because of the change in state law. We felt like before state law changed and passed this bill, that we were very protective of neighborhoods. And that was this is kind of pulling us against our will into this new section of law. And we don't know how it's going to turn out. So instead of changing even more than they've asked us to, I think the approach has been, let's just do what we're required to do and see how that turns out for neighborhoods. If it turns out really well, then maybe you can come back and look at this another time at reducing that 12,000 to 8,000.
Would you want that to go to a planning commission first?
I would recommend that.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I would prefer more information on if we went from 12 to 10 or 8. I'd like to see what that looks like and have that in a public hearing. So,
Melinda?
Yeah, I was just going to say we could have GIS pull the information of the number of lots in single family zones that are greater than 12,000 square feet. But I don't think there was like a literal comment that there's only, 5 or 6 in the city. So that would be one thing that I think you would want to consider before changing that, is how many homes that could actually impact. And that's information that, give us a little bit of time, we could pull that. But we may, if we wanted to reduce the lot size, we probably would also want to just look at the other areas in the code and make sure that we weren't, we haven't really looked at it from that perspective. So we oftentimes, we're pretty methodical as we go through and think through like what impacts what unintended consequences. And if we were to want to move in that, I would say we could bring that back to the council at a future meeting after it goes through planning commission. We have a little bit more time to crunch data. But as GL mentioned, the real reason why we're here tonight is to be in compliance with state code, which I believe goes into place by the end of October. No, beginning of October. So That's why he's here, to keep
You'd
me
have to be looking at
straight.
You'd be looking at setbacks as well. in
Yeah,
8,000
and that's
square
that's another thing too. So it doesn't just because a lot may meet a certain amount of square footage doesn't mean that a tiny home could fit on that. I'm familiar with Miss Litchfield's lot. It's not very deep. Yeah, it's very shallow. And so, we would need to look at those type of things. And so would there be an opportunity to maybe adjust some of those so that maybe a corner lot could have that? So it does get really complicated pretty quickly, but we're confident with the 12,000 square feet tonight. And if the council would like us to look at that in the long run, I think we're absolutely willing to do that. Just would want to take a little bit more time.
Sorry, I think the other thing that keeps popping in my head is I think there's a possibility, right? And depending on what area also, if that's something we can look into as well. Like if it's, for example, my father-in-law would love to put a tiny home in his backyard, but he only has 6,000 square feet and that wouldn't be something that he can do. But if there's instances or situations where we could in certain areas, like the historical district, where it's a super tiny house or something similar to that. I don't know if that's something in the future to also look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely, you're on the right track with some of the things that we could consider writing into things. I mean, also we could say, 12,000 square feet lots in the R18 zone, and maybe not have it applicable to R16 if there was some reason after we evaluate kind of the surrounding land use, if it would make sense that it would work better in R18 but not necessarily in R16. So there's a lot of things that we could do, and then just as far as the tiny homes, I think that is a really great concept. And I know that some of the larger cities have put ordinances in place to allow for those things. Wanting to maintain, the residential area or the feel of neighborhoods, I think it's best to kind of let some of those bigger cities vet through the issues before we start bringing that into Murray. And I think it was 2 years ago that Salt Lake City, I think, made a amendments to their code to allow for those things. I don't know how well that's worked for them or how it's implemented, but looking at those kind of case studies from other cities, I think would be very advisable for us so that we get it as right as possible in Murray from the beginning. And if we were to want to look at tiny homes, I think that would be a whole separate ordinance. We would have accessory dwelling units, tiny homes, and then I think to just go back to the question, just putting a tiny home, removing wheels and putting on a foundation, I don't think that meets the building code requirements. It still would be like a mobile home, but having a home that's actually where it's embedded into the foundation would, I think, meet the definition of that between those. So.
Any other questions for Zach?
And I just wanted to clarify too, the 12,000 square foot lot is only required for detached ADUs. Attached ADUs are still allowed on any size single family lot. So I wanted to make sure that we had that distinction too. So.
Yeah, I'm probably not supposed to. I might, but go ahead, please, real quick for me.
From a building standpoint, I would just like to request that you study the size of an RV, currently 8.5 feet by 45 feet by 14 feet. The size of an ADU that you've permitted at any size, and the height is 20 feet. And the size of a tiny home, which would be akin to an RV, only half, most of them are about half as long, 20 feet. So when you get, and also the ease, the type of foundations in an architectural sense foundations are also considered foundation as pylon foundations. It's not always a perimeter foundation. So these things become so close and so shifting that I just don't think you can, with fairness, exclude one, word like a tiny home and know what that is. That is so close to an RV and so close to an ADU. And actually, a tiny home is way smaller. You've just permitted ADUs at 20 feet, and anything in the backyard now runs at 20 feet high. And Jared Hall was considering reducing, such as the garden shed where you put your lawnmower. You permitted as twice as high as this roof. So things have sort of slipped through the cracks, and I think someone needs to look at little models of it or measure them, draw them out, because this concept of size, this concept of permanence, how you make something permanent, it's very, it goes along with construction architecture, and I'm sure there's code. So I think it needs some more study before just throwing out, coloring a word like tiny home in a bad way. And it's not that I am interested in putting one on my lot. Perhaps I am. I'm always speaking for the general. I just think that the rules should go smoothly across everyone. And I don't want to see, things just popping up because one person wants them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll bring it back to the council. Questions or a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do you need to close the public hearing?
Oh, yeah. Let me
Sorry.
close that. Before I close
Please
that.
remind me.
Before I close that, since I did that, is there anybody else that would like to comment? Okay. I'll close that. Thank you, Rosalba.
All right. Then if it's in order, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance amending Chapter 17.78 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units, and that's with the amendment to allow ADUs to have a separate address.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Brooke?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Zach and Melinda. Okay, we have no business items scheduled. Mayor Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've done a pretty good job of keeping the council informed with our council communications each week. But I do have one thing I want to bring up tonight, and that is I know that most of you, if not all of you, are aware of our second Olympian medalist from Murray City, Ali Ibanez, who is a member of the bronze medalist women's basketball team in the Paralympics, is from Murray. She currently is attending school in Illinois, University of Illinois, and doesn't live in Murray currently, but we've been in contact with her, and we kind of wanted to do a recognition for her. And she will be in town this weekend to visit some friends and family. So she's coming in Friday and leaving Monday, I believe. But we've been working with her directly and have decided on having a little open house for her on Friday afternoon between 4 and 5 p.m. at Murray Park at Pavilion 1. And that went out on our social media feed today. I wanted to make the public aware of it, and I think you were all probably been made aware of it, but I just wanted to mention it again. We're pretty excited to have another medalist from Murray. She attended and graduated from Cottonwood High School, and she'll be a senior this year at University of Illinois. So anyway, I want to invite you to come by between 4 and 5. We'll have a little presentation. I'm not sure exactly what time we'll do that, but stop by and meet her. And then if you have any questions for me.
Any questions for the mayor? Oh, thank you, Blair. All right. If nothing else, please, Rosalba.
Sorry.
You got me.
I'm going to take, I'm just going to take a quick opportunity and just recognize that this month is Hispanic Heritage Month, and it goes from from September 15th to October 15th. And it's to recognize also Marieites who have been here, like myself and my family, who have been here since the 70s and love Murray and contribute to Murray. So if you know of anyone, let me know, because I would like to personally recognize them myself, but also just to share with our community of our brothers and sisters who are of Latinx background or Hispanic background. And as being Mexican American myself, I could say with pride that I'm very happy to be Mexican American and to be in Murray and to recognize others like myself. So thank you so much for the time.
Thanks, Rosalba. That's awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Going once. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.